Hey, YouTube. What's up? Steven Nelson here. So excited to work with my guy Eric Byrnes today. I share an office with him, and what you have to know, he's got the most energy of anybody you'll ever meet in your life. Here, I'm going to introduce him real quick. He's in his office. Byrnesy, let's go, baby.
Not yet, young Gohard. Not yet.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show presented by State Farm. I'm Steven Nelson, and Eric Byrnes just changed my day and maybe changed our lives together. I realized that as we make history, perhaps I need to be more zen. Maybe I need to get in that kind of zone, slow my heartbeat down. This is Dodgers, this is Cardinals. I can't be...
The time is now.
The Cardinals and the Dodgers.
What more can you say about the Dodgers?
There's no secret they're the best team in the National League.
I think they are good enough to win that division.
Gotta get to where I gotta be, 'cause I know I got a lot to be.
No coincidence that Goldie got going and the Cardinals got going.
I mean, every game, every series is important.
Cody Bellinger, still ridiculous.
Mama told me when you learn race, I gotta be first place.
Now we are for real inside Studio 42. Byrnesy, Nelly.
The acting's done. What a joke.
For the fourth time ever, live, exclusively, and for free on YouTube, we're going to get to watch a baseball game together. And we got two of the most storied franchises in the game. LA Dodgers, St. Louis Cardinals. Let's go.
Yeah, just a classic matchup
And it's
between two historic teams and with a lot of history, too.
Again, we are the pregame show. First pitch is coming up in a little bit, and Byrnesy, to help the people out, we got a little something for them. Let them know that there's a countdown, and it's on.
The clock. A lot of gimmicks so far here on this YouTube thing, but check this one out.
The absolute best. So that lets you know how close we are to hearing the voices of Rich Waltz, Jason Marquis, Nomar Garciaparra, and Alana Rizzo. They're going to be on the call at Chavez Ravine. Right now, let's set the table for people and show them the lineups. Let's start with the home squad. The Dodgers trying to sweep St. Louis for the first time in a handful of years now, Byrnesy.
Yeah.
And this is a lineup that has an MVP candidate in it, in Cody Bellinger, who's cooled off a little bit. And also a youngster in Corey Seager, who, I mean, man, watching the game last night, he took some swings, and it looks like maybe, just maybe, he's going to turn it on.
You know, it's interesting you said that because here's a guy that missed last year, right? And so baseball is one of those sports where it's not like you just take a year off and then move right back into the flow of the game. And you take a talent like Corey Seager, it's just a matter of time before he gets it back. But remember, it was going to take a while. So here we are as we get into August. I have a good feeling you're right about that instinct.
And the thing about injuries, too, it's not the year you come back. A lot of times it's the second season after. So people do need to be patient with Corey Seager as he kind of gets his baseball feet back underneath him. So we showed you the LA lineup. Now the opposing Redbirds, who are fighting for a postseason spot. St. Louis is not used to missing the postseason, and they've done it 3 years in a row. 4 years in a row. We haven't seen that since 88 to 95. So this is a lineup that's going to try and beat LA today. And you're looking at the man at first base and in the 3 spot, Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah, look, he's 0 for his past 11, but don't...
5 punchies, I know.
Yeah, look, don't worry about that. This is a guy that historically has been dominant in the second half of the season. You know, you see the numbers there. But as far as I'm concerned, the big one he really made was in 2018 because he was scuffling before the break. He made a couple adjustments with his bat position and was able to come back and have a solid second half of 2018. So the question is, where is he now? Which Paul Goldschmidt are we going to get? Because he just had this incredible hot streak, right? But this is what I'm talking about. You look at the 2018 statistics, and there was something
slow out of the gate.
Dude, there was something going on. And then the second half of the season, he did this little bat tilt thing, and it was funny because I sat in front in the edit room in front of the video screen going, like, there's something different with him. And with Paul Goldschmidt, you have to understand, his lower half has always been the same. He's always kept it really simple. But you look at the bat position there. So what does this do? Basically what this does is this allows him to have a trigger. So think about almost like a leg kick, with a bat. That's what it is. As opposed to doing the leg kick, he's keeping his lower half nice and quiet, but here he is going ahead and doing this move that's putting him in position. It just adds a little more rhythm, it adds a little more timing, and it's something that he's continued into this season.
Goldie, God, he's really put the Cardinals on his back because that's a lineup that's been banged up. Marcell Ozuna missed a month. Matt Carpenter has missed some time and really hasn't been Matt Carpenter all year, so it's been on Paul Goldschmidt.
Look, dude, the funny thing is, I think Paul Goldschmidt would tell you, and he's a lot more comfortable being one of the guys. It's just who he is, it's who his personality is. Same thing with Matt Carpenter. As far as Ozuna, look, the Cardinals aren't going to the playoffs unless these guys hit.
Yeah.
Do you understand? It's not happening.
Simple.
So they've struggled as of late. Well, these guys haven't hit the past few games. And I kind of feel like you're onto something in saying that, like, this team goes as Paul Goldschmidt goes, but this team's going to go as Matt Carpenter goes and as Marcell Ozuna goes, too.
And this is a litmus test, no matter which way you slice it, for St. Louis. The Dodgers are the best team in the National League. They are the creme de la creme, the World Series favorites, the pennant favorites in the NL. Let's see where your squad is at right now. Again, series finale. This is your starting pitching matchup. Jack Flaherty. Shout out to Harvard Westlake. Your boy is back home. Flaherty, of course, went to high school about 20 miles away from Dodger Stadium. And Dustin May, a.k.a. Big Red, a.k.a. Ginger Guard.
Yeah, and how we're not doing a full-blown hair breakdown on Dustin May, Ginger Guard, I have no idea. Where did this get lost in the shuffle when we're trying to plan this great YouTube pregame show?
That's a great point.
There has been very few dudes ever who have had hair like this in the big league. I can think of one, actually. Bobby Kilty had some serious flow at one point, and that's where we need the split screen with my former teammate with the Oakland A's. But here he is. It's like, think about this. All great performers, it's not like you're going to be out there and like the pre-thing warming up, and you're not just going to unveil it, right? So that's the hood over the hat. He's not going to let everybody see what all the noise is about under the hoodie.
Yeah.
You got to wait.
You gotta wait to see that salad. In the meantime, let's catch you up on this series. What has happened up to today?
It's the first of three between two of baseball's best franchises.
Oh my gosh.
3-run shot, Bellinger's
Way back there and gone.
7 strikeouts. What a night. Tony Gonsolin.
The Dodgers handle the Cardinals in the first of 3.
It's game 2. Brings in Paul DeJong, and it makes it 1-0 Cardinals.
This will give the Dodgers their first lead of the night. So Clayton Kershaw, through 7 innings, he's allowed just 1 for his 9th strikeout.
Ball game is over. The Dodgers win.
Oh, show me Dodger Stadium, Chavez Ravine, Los Angeles, California, Dodger Dogs, the whole scene, one of the oldest parks, one of the best parks in the big leagues, the home of today's MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by State Farm. The countdown getting close to 21 minutes. Let's kill some more time with a special guest. Alana Rizzo has Walker Buehler.
All right, guys, thanks very much. Joined now by Walker Buehler. And Walker, it's been a fun ride so far as we sit here in game 117. And this is never enough for this team, though. You guys have the postseason in your sights. How would you evaluate where you are right now and what this team needs to do moving forward?
Yeah, obviously, our starting pitching has been really good, and our offense is top of the league. So makes for a pretty good combination for us, and we feel pretty confident in every game we play.
We've talked so much about the depth of this team, this length of the lineup, and now we can speak to the pitching staff as far as the depth is concerned too. What has impressed you the most about some of these younger arms as far as Tony Gonsolin and the guy that is going today in Dustin May?
Yeah, Dustin had his first outing the other day, and similar to Tony, I think he probably would have liked it to go better, but Tony's second and third outing were certainly a lot better. So I think Dustin just getting comfortable and being able to just throw the way that he does and wants to, I think is big, and obviously today is a nice opportunity for him as well.
Of course, there's always a comfort level when you guys are at home, but you and Kirsch in particular have really dominated here at Dodger Stadium. I'm not going to go into the stats because I know you guys don't like to hear those, but what is it about this park in particular that allows you guys to be so effective?
It's 50,000 people in the stands, and they're all yelling for us, and as kind of small a thing as that seems like, it helps, and the noise and just the energy that I think that this city and the stadium gives us is kind of invaluable for us.
Turnabout is fair play. When you guys played the Cardinals in April, it was a 4-game set in which the Cardinals swept the Dodgers. You have the opportunity to repay that favor here today. How different in your mind is this team in August versus the team in April?
You know, I think in a few ways different and in a few ways still the same. I think we still go about our business the same way. And, you know, obviously being where we're at in the division, obviously these games aren't quite as meaningful yet as they could be. But, you know, I think playing a team that's got the history and got the talent that the St. Louis Cardinals does is always a good test for us.
Final question for you, Walker. You had mentioned the lead that you have in the division right now. The Dodgers 18 games up in the National League West, whereas the Cardinals in the NL Central are really fighting and clawing to stake their claim to the postseason. What is the challenges of being so far ahead, and what's the benefit of it?
You know, the benefit is we get to bring the younger guys up, and you know, Dustin gets to get up here a month before September and get settled and understand what it's like to be here, and same with Tony and some of these younger hitters that are coming up to kind of give guys a few days off, and that's great for us. But, you know, at the same time, I think, you know, September is going to be a month that we need to kind of get in gear and start playing our best baseball, and you know, I have all the confidence that we'll do that.
All right, best of luck this weekend as you face the Diamondbacks. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Alana, and thanks to Walker Buehler, one of the best young arms in the game right now. Just the third pitcher since 1908 with multiple 15 strikeout, no walk performances in a single season. The other two, Pedro Martinez and Doc Gooden. That's great company. As we show you more warm-up action from Los Angeles, the Redbirds getting loose. Jack Flaherty on the bump, and he's been very good against his hometown Dodgers in his career. 3 starts, 1.50 ERA. But Bernsey, as we've hit on off the top, two of the more storied franchises in Major League Baseball. So much history. The Cardinals, 11 World Series titles, second most all time. The Dodgers got 6 World Series. So let's look at the past and the present and play a game of red or blue. I'm going to tee it up, and you have to pick which cap you're going to wear. Let's start with all-time starting 5 rotations. Think about the aces who have worn these respective uniforms. In St. Louis,
Sure.
Bob Gibson,
Yep.
Dizzy Dean, Chris Carpenter. Yeah, I'm putting Adam Wainwright in there, who's got some history of his own with Los Angeles. Bruce Sutter, I know he's got his big years with the Cubs, but he's in this 5. So look at those numbers. Those strikeouts, too, for Bob Gibson. What a legend. Now, that's the red. Give me the blue. Dodger blue. Sandy Koufax, Clayton Kershaw off the top. Don Drysdale, Fernando Mania, and Nuke.
Yeah, this isn't that close.
Red or blue?
For me. Anyway, this is very blue. I mean, it's...
Put the cap on.
Yeah, the cap goes 100% on. If I could fit it over this poof on my head.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm going blue for the starting rotation of the Los Angeles Dodgers, and then, like you said, it starts with Sandy Koufax, Clayton Kershaw, and then plus another lefty, Fernando Valenzuela. Whenever you can throw Fernando in anything, I'm in.
And from the past to the present.
I mean, what is that, dude?
Dustin May, that's Ginger Guard.
Dude, it's Ronald McDonald. Are you sure?
Oh, my goodness. We are just getting so close to seeing the young flamethrower toe the slab for the home squad. Back to red or blue.
Okay.
So the all-time starting 5. Now, you got 1 game to win, and you need a skipper. Red, La Russa.
Wow.
Blue, Lasorda.
Jeez, really?
Yep.
I mean, you see the better winning percentage of Tony La Russa, the pennants 4 to 3. So they're virtually the same here. Now
good to the personalities.
The personalities are different. People have said that they love playing for Tony La Russa, though, but Tommy Lasorda. How do I go away from that, right? You know, the Philly fanatic, he's taking him out. He's getting arguments just for the sake of getting in arguments to fire up the boys. I mean, geez. And then, of course, there's Tony.
Yep.
The mastermind. I mean, very well thought of as one of the stoic. I like that. I mean, we're talking Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Tony La Russa, all kind of in the same breath.
Yeah. Red or blue?
Tony La Russa had a chance to put me on the 2007 all-star team in San Francisco, my hometown, and somehow left me off.
Oh, Tony.
Sorry, Tony.
Sorry, we're giving it to Tommy.
We're going to Tommy.
One more. Let's bring it to 2019 in
And
the
I
game.
promise you I won't make any more biased personal
No.
preference decisions.
Now it's all about the numbers and all about the bats in the
Okay.
middle of these orders that we're going to see in Will Be Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by State Farm. 3, 4, 5, Goldie, Ozuna, DeYoung. So that is what St. Louis is cooking with. The Cardinals are cooking with that. LA is trotting out Red Turn, Justin Turner, Cody Bellinger, and Corey Seager. Right now, don't look at career resumes. Right now, which 3, 4, 5 scares you?
I'll take the guy in the middle of that graphic, and everybody else is just secondary. I know you want to make this about the 3, 4, 5s. You don't want to make this about?
You can make it about whatever you want. You're the analyst.
The best player in the game of baseball right now, along with Mike Trout.
Okay.
Can't ever keep his name out of
No,
it.
no,
but
no.
That's how good Cody Bellinger is. And just the fact that he's emerged to have us even talk about him. And the one thing, you guys just saw the offensive statistics. Realize he's one of the very fastest players in all of Major League Baseball, plays a Gold Glove caliber outfield and could play a Gold Glove caliber first base if you needed him to do so. He's incredible.
And in spring training, this dude, Cody Bellinger, they were mashing fruit together.
Oh, we
with
gotta
YouTube.
play that during the
They're
game
gonna see,
today,
They're going to see
Five.
it eventually. Right now, what they're going to see is live action from around the big leagues today. Mets, you can't stop New York, and you can't stop the sweet swing of Michael Conforto. Go Beavs! That's number 2 for Forts today.
Beaver fever in Queens, Steven Nelson.
Oh my goodness, is there ever? But this is the hottest team in the game. And they're staring a postseason spot in the face. They're within 2 games now, Bernsey. They won 12 of 13.
This is turning out to be one of the better, not just stories of the year, but sports stories of the year.
Bo Bichette has been the story in the big leagues right now. You talk about bloodlines and you talk about history. This dude is both. He is the first player in the history of Major League Baseball with 10 extra base hits in his first 9 games, and he's continuing to do it again. Bo Bichette, son of Dante, hot hands. Yeah. So that's kind of what we got cooking right now around Major League Baseball as we continue to march closer and closer to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Another ball game going on in Detroit, the Motor City. Ryan Gordell. There's a tank for the Pale Hose. You can put it on the board. Number 6 for him. And the White Sox currently lead 2-0 at that point. Now, in Minnesota.
That's 1. Watch this. That's 2. Steven Nelson, the triple play!
Oh! Wait, that's the second triple play the Twins have turned this year.
Wow.
They've done this already. They're doing it again.
My kids' 8U baseball team had a triple play turned against them, too. How about that?
That's incredible. 6-0 Atlanta. Bravo's leading that game in the early goings. As we show you the scoreboard inside Studio 42. Eric Burns, Steven Nelson.
Oh, we're back.
Again, we're just the appetizer to the entree. The entree being the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by State Farm. Rich Waltz on the call. You've already seen Alana Rizzo. She'll be working the sidelines and the dugouts. Then in the booth, Nomar Garciaparra and Jason Marquis.
No,
What's up,
I'm
fellas?
tuning into that broadcast.
Yeah, they're with us right now.
Oh.
Thanks, Steven. Appreciate it. Yeah, we got a great pitching matchup here today. One for the Dodgers. You got Dustin May making his second big league start. Obviously, after his first one, it was definitely a solid outing for him. The 3 keys for me is going out there, command of that fastball, because he's got a live one with a lot of movement, going out there with conviction, believing in his stuff, because he has no problem doing that. He has great mound presence. And then the sharpness of his breaking ball. I think in the first outing, there were a few times where it was rolling a little bit, but today it's really about that sharpness. How about for Flaherty?
Well, Jack, an LA native, likes coming to Dodger Stadium and pitching against his hometown team, the Dodgers. He's had a real good string of good starts here lately. Last 5 starts, he's pumped out around a 1.1 ERA, 39 punch-outs to about 9 walks. So hopefully Jack can get some home cooking. His keys are just pounding the strike zone, getting ahead early, And I know he's a great athlete, and sometimes his emotions can get the best of him, but he really has to just stay poised, keep attacking the hitters. I know the Dodgers are patient, so he really has to attack that strike zone.
And both these teams, you know, obviously bidding for the playoffs. When I look at the Dodgers right now, having a commanding lead, once again, are probably going to win the National League West once again. Seems like they're going to be cruising down the stretch of the season, but they don't take anything for granted. It is one, getting guys healthy and kind of preparing for the playoffs, but at the same time, their mentality is one day at a time. I know it's cliche, but they definitely take that mentality and believe in the process and prepare on a daily basis.
Yeah, and the Cardinals are at the opposite end of the spectrum. They have to fight and claw to keep themselves involved in this race. The West Coast really hasn't been kind to them, but they still control their own destiny. I think they're 2.5 out in the Central, about a half a game out in the wild card. So they really they need to get back on track, get home, get some home cooking themselves, and take advantage of the weaker opponents. And sometimes that can be a positive when you're fighting and clawing throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, so it makes it fun for our final game here in this series. Back to you, Steve.
Appreciate you, Nomar. And Jason Bernsey, a big part of YouTube is you actually learn a lot. You don't just get to watch live baseball games like we're doing right now. You learn how to do some things. So let's show people how to. And here's what I'm searching today. How to rob a home run. And who better to teach us than the dude you just said, the best player in the National League, Cody Bellinger. This was earlier in the season, robbing Christian Yelich, the reigning NL MVP. This happened in Milwaukee. Pedro Baez, thank you very much. Belly, Bernsey, you got Studio 42 to roam. You got the outfield expertise, home run robbing experience. How can people do that?
Well, let's just start with you. And you're right here. I'm going to teach you how to rob a home run. First and foremost.
It's a tough task.
We'll see. You need to be comfortable around the wall.
Yeah.
And so in order to be comfortable around the wall, you have to know that when you run into the wall, hey, you're going to be okay. But there's a certain way, because now I grew up, my father was a 4-3 black belt in Kempo Karate. And so growing up with the martial arts background, I learned basically, because I did all these crazy barrel rolls and whatever else, is that when you impact whatever it is, you have to learn how to relax your body. So if you guys even saw in that Cody Bellinger video, he went up over here, and I'm right-handed, but he's left-handed, but he went up, he's very comfortable around the wall, and just, and it's very smooth, and just think about no tension as you go.
Well, Bernsey, let's show it when you did it back in 2003. Oh, going up and over.
Yeah, that's the Salmon too. The special glove that was a little extra in length. But really, it's about knowing where you are. So we have a little warning track here in Studio 42. First of all, I want to see you go back up against the wall.
Okay.
And just get used to. No. Don't worry about the ball.
No,
right
that's what I'm saying. I'm giving you the ball because
baby steps. You feel it?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So now we have to know our surroundings, have an idea of where you are and whatnot. Now, you see the little warning track right here? Obviously, that's not 2.5 steps.
Sure.
Standard warning track, though, is about 2.5 steps. We were in Fenway Park a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
that's a totally different animal.
It's a beast.
So when you're coming and you're going to rob a homer, there's a few different ways to do it. The first, say, and again, I'm right-handed, so I'm coming up here, would be like the one you saw in the video, which is jump up and then over. Now, very rarely are you going to be able to stick your hand on top of a wall. There's only a couple places around the big leagues. The other one is coming from the same angle over here. Now, this is where it gets a little gnarly because we're going to stick our cleat into the wall. You come here, and then this is a la, what was it, Mookie Betts in Baltimore?
Jackie Bradley Jr.
Jackie Bradley Jr. in Baltimore, then ended up making the play. Now, the other thing is coming back this way. And that's the one that we saw Cody Bellinger do, and it's here. And you just have to have an idea and really kind of this, it's all about knowledge of where you are and not being afraid to get up.
And also, I appreciate what you said, your experience, your background doing martial arts and being okay with your body absorbing contact.
Yeah.
Because you have to be ready for that.
Yeah, so are you ready?
Okay, which one do you want? All right, so let me do this one again.
No.
Right.
So that's your little warm-up.
Okay.
Now we have an idea of where you are in your surroundings.
Okay.
Okay, and so you're gonna go back.
Okay.
And I'm gonna toss this thing up. Go ahead. Oh! Dude!
Well, that was a high throw. That was a bomb. Well, one more time. Let's do this. Bernsey, same spot. I'm going up to get it.
You ready?
Same spot.
Go for it.
Oh,
dude, you almost had it. Jeez. Alana, take it away. This is bad.
All right, guys, thanks very much, Paul. Thanks for taking the time today on this game 3 of a 3-game set. And I was talking to Walker Buehler on the other side about the difference as far as where those guys are versus where you guys are. What are the benefits of being kind of in a chess match in the NL Central versus having a sizable lead where you're going to the postseason?
Well, for us, we learn a lot about ourselves when the back's against the wall, so we know it's go time, and every day is an opportunity for us to, build that lead or try to get in that lead. So for us, it comes down to day to day. I know they have a big lead. They've been playing well all year, so for us, it's more about just winning today.
What do you think the benefit is, Paul, of you guys, being right back in this NL Central race and kind of being at a key moment in what is normally the dog days of August, but you still have so much to play for?
Yeah, it seems like once August hit, we're like, wow, we still have 2 full months of baseball. So, we're confident in our group here, and really it's just about coming to the park and winning every day. For us, it's about playing together as a group and finding ways to win, especially when it's tough, like against a team like this.
You've had such success against the Dodgers in particular this season, and Dodger Stadium used to really be known as a pitcher's park. It's kind of more of an everybody park as far as the balls being a little bit different this year. But what do you think is the best way to attack Dustin May and also to stop that lineup?
Yeah, for us, I think a young pitcher out there, we're going to make him throw strikes. But his ball looks like it moves quite a bit. He has a couple pitches that he throws, but for us, it's about managing the zone and getting him in our hot zone. And, we're confident that our pitchers have been pitching well, minus game 1, but Jack's been good all year. So we're confident that Jack's going to come out here and give us a chance to, put up some runs and win today.
All right, appreciate your time as always. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Alana.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Alana. I'm still bummed I gave up a homer.
Dude, I was beyond impressed with your athletic ability, though, Steven Nelson.
Thank you, Eric Burns. I had a good teacher, you know what I mean? I had a good sensei.
Wow.
All right, you saw ballpark cam turned on in Los Angeles, getting ever closer to first pitch from Dustin May. Big Red is what he's sporting for Players Weekend on the back of his jersey. Ginger Guard is another nickname that's been thrown out there. You see the clock. We're getting closer, Bernsey. They benched me. That's why I'm sitting here with my glove. You know what? Got to have a short memory. There's going to be another home run that's hit my way, and now I'm ready for it. Now I know.
Yeah, I think you're beyond ready. That was, again, a performance that really impressed me, Steven Nelson. You stepped up to the plate today.
Corey Seager is going to hope to step up to the plate and deliver in the series finale. Dodgers have won 4 in a row, 2 in a row against the Redbirds, and the last time LA swept St. Louis was May of 2012. But going back to the start of 2011, Bernsey, these are 2 of the 3 winningest teams in baseball. Dodgers 1, Yankees 2, and Cardinals 3. They are used to success, and LA has sustained it these last several years.
Well, we did a thing the other day and just had a rip of just all the historical sort of matchups that they've had. And, of course, who could forget that Clayton Kershaw has been hit around a little bit from the Cardinals. And that's how he had this postseason stigma put on him, which he had since shed. But I think back to the Ozzie Smith homer. I mean, right? Wow. Yes. I mean, that was one of the most epic memories from my childhood. Jack Clark, also, 1985. So just really some classic matchups between these 2 historic franchises.
Yeah, 2013 NLCS that was won by St. Louis before they lost in the World Series, and then they met again the next year in the NLDS, and there were some fireworks in both those series. 2013, Hanley Ramirez got plunked in the ribs, was out a couple games, it wasn't really the same, and then that carried over into the next postseason meeting. Adrian Gonzalez and Adam Wainwright.
Hey, something to look for today from Big Red is taking a look at Harvard Westlake's own Jack Flaherty. And by the way, Harvard Westlake, Jack Flaherty, Lucas Giolito,
and Max Fried.
And Max Fried, all in the same high school baseball team. So he's back in Southern California. I'm sure he's getting pumped up to face the Dodgers. But Big Red, Ginger Guard, comes out firing about 97 miles per hour, and he loses it pretty quick. So keep an eye out on the velocity in the early going today to see how long he's able to maintain the heat.
Yeah, that's what we saw. His first outing kind of fell apart in the later stages. Now, MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Here's the upcoming schedule. Plenty of exciting and intriguing matchups to take in. So you go to YouTube, MLB's page, you subscribe, get the notifications. For Burns, I'm Nelson. Enjoy the game.
Here's the pitch. Drives it deep. What a play. Are you kidding me?
Lunchtime in Los Angeles. Final game of 3 at Dodger Stadium. And of course, the Dodgers, the biggest draw in all of Major League Baseball. We've got Cardinals and Dodgers in our MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by State Farm. The Dodgers have won the first 2 of this 3-game set. Hi, everybody. I'm Rich Waltz. Welcome to Los Angeles. Cardinals have lost 2 here. They lost 2 in Oakland as well before getting here. But St. Louis is still a half game out in the wild card. For the Dodgers, it's been a wild scene here. Every night a walk-off, a new hero, a Gatorade bath, and I Love L.A. from 48,000 fans. And that's the backdrop for our YouTube Game of the Week. If you're new to YouTube, these games are free on the YouTube channel and on YouTube. We've got a great schedule in August and in September as well. You can watch on YouTube, or if you want to subscribe to the MLB YouTube channel, you get some cool stuff, including a bell icon and pop-ups in your channel guide. And in your channel guide, popping up right now, Nomar Garcia-Parra, Jason Marquis. First, Nomar, thanks for the weather here.
Yeah, you're welcome. And by the way, it's like this every single day here at Dodger Stadium.
Every day. All right, Jason Marquis. Let's go through, because every day has not been the same for the St. Louis Cardinals. This has been a roller coaster of a ride, starting with a pretty good April.
Yeah, it definitely has not been. They came out on the gate firing on all cylinders. Came out in April with a 19-10 record, best in NL, scoring 5.5 runs a game. And now moving on to May, they struggle a little bit.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they stopped scoring runs. And they had a few injuries as well. They went 9-18 in May.
Yeah, it seems like it coincides with Goldie's production and the injuries to Yadi, Marcell Ozuna, and Matt Carpenter.
Now, you talk about big injuries, too. When the calendar turned to June, they lost their closer, the hard-throwing Jordan Hicks. Elbow injury, elbow surgery. That's a big loss for the back of their bullpen. But on to July. And that guy you talked about, Goldie, man, what a month. Player of the month in the National League.
Huge month. 11 home runs, 25 RBIs. Got back into first place, but now they're on the outside looking in, and hopefully can get going again.
And the hope is, with Yadi coming back, Ozuna's back, Carpenter's back, and look, if they can put those bats, and those bats get hot around Goldie, suddenly the Cardinals offense should spark the light.
Without a doubt. They didn't put themselves too far out of the picture. You know, they're behind the Cubs in the division, and it's slight deficit in the wild card, so I think they still got some work to do, but it could be done.
This is a Dodger team that is solid everywhere, especially in the rotation. And they're young everywhere. Nomar Garcia-Parra in the rotation as well. They've got a terrific youngster going, and so do the Cardinals. It's a great matchup.
It really is. You got 2 young arms and some dynamic arms going out there. For the Cardinals, you got Jack Flaherty, a guy from Southern California who over his last 5 outings has had an ERA just over 1. And he loves pitching back home because he's in 3 career starts here at Dodger Stadium. He has an ERA of 1.5. So you see the matchup here, and then for Dustin May on the flip side for the Dodgers. Just as his second big league outing here. Excited once again to pitch at Dodger Stadium in his first outing, solid through 5. It was really that last outing that he might have shown signs of fatigue, which is understandable in your first outing. But I'll tell you, he has a live arm, mid to upper 90s fastball, and what a mound presence. As tall as he stands in that big red hair, Code Red taking the mound today.
And the amazing thing is, much like May, when a rookie gets called up here to Los Angeles, it's not just to sit around and watch. They contribute in a big way. And Alana Rizzo has more. Alana?
Rich, thanks very much. You guys were talking about Dustin May. He's just one of the key components of what is really a youth movement for the Los Angeles Dodgers. You can take a look at who they have on the 25-man roster for the most part, and you can see all of these young guys guys actually contributing. Alex Verdugo has been on the big league roster all year, recently placed on the IL with an oblique strain, but Matt Beatty can play both the infield and the outfield. A .410 average, guys, with runners in scoring position. Will Smith surpassing the RBI total of Cody Bellinger in 2017 with 19 in his first 14 games. Of course, we've talked about what May has done, and Tony Gonsolin, a nice outing, his last time out for the first time here at Dodger Stadium. A nice mix of young guys to the veterans as well.
Dodgers are hot, red hot atop the West. Cardinals need a win. They are 0-4 on this road trip. Final game of this 3-game set in the sun in Los Angeles.
All roads to the World Series are going through Los Angeles.
Cards are red hot.
They got the best pitching. They got a good lineup.
Paul Goldschmidt, he has not been talked about at all.
You bet he's done it! He's done it! Goldschmidt, 3-home run night. Count him up in his second game as a Cardinal. Cody Bellinger beyond belief.
The MVP chant is going to get louder and louder at Dodger Stadium.
The St. Louis outfield has been absolutely raking.
Max Muncy leaves the yard. How about it? Grand slammer! And a little fist pump from Goldschmidt. He needed that. The Cardinals needed that.
The reason why they've been so strong all season long is because of their starting pitching.
Dave Roberts preaches that all the time, that the starting pitcher sets the tone, and they have been outstanding.
And a play at the plate, and he is out at the plate. Martinez right on the money.
Why is the ball flying out of here?
The boys like to hit at home. I don't know what to say.
Fly ball to right. It's on its way.
It's Bellinger's turn.
And the Dodgers have walked off yet again.
Goldschmidt with a drive, and let's go home. Get into Big Mac land. He launched it. It's over. 2-1 Cardinals. And done. Matt Beatty delivers again. Was there any doubt? They needed a moment. They got it. Tommy Edman. Talk about timing. The rookie comes through. Would you believe it? They've done it again. Different night. Same story for a rookie Dodger. I mean, that is a little bit of everything in that ball game. Boy, if you weren't entertained for that one, I don't know what else you want.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by State Farm, with Nomar Garciaparra, Jason Marquis, Alana Rizzo. I'm Rich Waltz. Dodger Stadium will be filling up 48,000 a night here. And last night, they were happy. The boys like to hit at home. They like to win at home. They are 45-15 in this ballpark. Nomar Garciaparra, last night, it was all about Clayton Kershaw.
Well, the big man once again. Here at Dodger Stadium, when he takes the mound, it's known as Kershaw Day, and he did not disappoint. Solid outing once again. All of his starts this season, he has gone at least 6 innings or more. Did that once again, but he really had his slider working, his mixing up of his pitches. He was on point.
As versatile as the Dodgers are in the field, they are a good defensive team, and they played well behind Kershaw last night.
Well, that they did, and you know, Cody Bellinger over there at first base. We've seen him mostly in right field this year, but going over that first base, making an unbelievable play. And then Jock Peterson out there in right where he's comfortable at, making a big play with that smirk by Kershaw, knowing that that was a big one in that game.
All right, let's take a tour through the standings. First in the National League West, Jason Marquis. Right now, it's all Dodgers. Look at the gap between the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, and the Giants.
Yeah, it seems like they're taking control of this division real early, and hopefully they don't fall into that trap of getting too lax and getting a little lazy coming down the home stretch. They got to find ways to challenge themselves and get ready for the postseason run.
There's no separation in the Central. Look at this. Cardinals 2.5 behind the Cubs. The Brewers are right there. And even the Reds, who are closer, actually in the wild card, are still alive. That's a wild division. That should be a really fun rest of August and into September. And the wild card standings right now, this is how tight it is, with the Nationals and the Phillies sharing that wild card. Cardinals a half back, Brewers a game back, Mets a game back, Diamondbacks are 2.5 back. You can even go deeper than that, because Milwaukee, you got the Mets The Diamondbacks, the Giants, and Cincinnati also feeling like they're still alive.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's still got a chance with this new format. It's going to be a dogfight in these hot summer days. It's going to be an exciting one.
All right, last year, he took over for Mike Matheny. Mike Shildt in his second full year. This is a guy that's been in the Cardinal organization, well respected, well received when he arrived, and they love him. They like playing for him. He was the bench coach before taking over as the skipper. And his lineup, brought to you by State Farm, has a few wrinkles in it. Cardinals need runs. They've dropped 4 in a row and scored just 6 runs in the process. Dexter Fowler's going to lead off. You see Matt Carpenter further down. You got Tommy Edman, Paul Goldschmidt, Marcell Ozuna's back after the finger injuries. Paul DeJong is having a terrific year at shortstop, both defensively and with the bat. Carpenter slot 6. Colt Vaughn back in the lineup. He's in the 7th spot. Matt Wieters has been a godsend in the absence of Yadi Molina, and Molina may be back within 3 or 4 days. And Jack Flaherty is on the mound. Tell me about Dustin May.
Dustin May, I'll tell you, he comes in there with a live fastball. His fastball reaches mid to upper 90s. He's got some late movement to it. He's got a sinker, cutter. Those are predominantly his 2 pitches, and he stays down in the zone. But he also has a curveball that they're looking for it to have a little sharper break with it, and also has a changeup that we really haven't seen, but we know it's in his back pocket.
First pitch, 96 miles an hour, and you'll see velocity and great sliders from Dustin May. Fowler in the box, 3 hits in the series. Cardinals have had some base runners, but absolutely no hits with runners in scoring position in the first 2 games of the series.
Yeah, it seems like they got to do a little better job when men get on base, trying to push them across those 90 feet and get, closer and closer to scoring those runs.
Dodgers an aggressive shifting team, and they're shifted over to the right side for Fowler. And up and in with heat at 96. And a strikeout for May.
And I'll tell you, that pitch right there was really key as we look our State Farm breakdown for Dustin May. For me, the keys are command, and that's for every young pitcher. Command of that fastball, command of that strike zone. I mentioned sharpness. Sharpness in his breaking ball. I think it has a tendency to roll off of his hand that last outing, but having a little bit more sharper break to it. And then finally, eye level. And we just saw that with that last pitch right there. He has a tendency to throw the ball down in the zone because he has some sink to his fastball. He's got the cutter that also can stay down. But if he can change that eye level with that fastball up in the zone, it'll keep these hitters off balance.
Tommy Edman swings and misses. Edman is in right field to start this ball game. The 24-year-olds out of Stanford, one of the younger Cardinals, a rookie this year. Don't often hear of a guy that throws 96, 97 and then with a cutter. But as you pointed out, the cutter is more slider-like.
Yeah, it looks like the pitch has a little depth to it. Looks like he tries to get a little swing and misses. He's used it a few times already, and it's got some sharp break. And it's going to be a tough day for the hitters if he keeps attacking them in.
62% with the 2 seamers in his Major League debut.
Well, when you stand as tall as Dustin May on the hill, I'm sure that also adds to some of that depth in that cutter action of his, because if it just stayed on the same plane, it'd be high every single time.
Nobody playing there with the shift, and Edman sneaks it down the line and has a double. And that's a start for the Cardinals here in the first.
Well, you go out there, you play the shift, you play the percentages, and you know you're going to leave it wide open over there. He does an excellent job just staying on that ball, poking it over there, finds himself in scoring position.
Yeah, he tried to go in with that pitch and missed away, which opens that hole on the third base side. So sometimes the shift could be a negative if pitchers aren't executing.
As you said, Jason, as Goldschmidt goes, the Cardinals have gone, and he's 0 for 11 in this 4-game skid. And he's a guy that is somewhat unshiftable. He's a guy that sprays it and hits with power to all fields.
Yeah, he's a guy that finds the barrel quite often. It's tough to defend the guy who could do that. You know, he's been good for a long time now. Hits the power to all fields. So looks like they're playing him a little more straight up right now.
watch Goldschmidt, one of my favorite guys to watch hit, because he stays inside the ball so well. You hear that term professional hitter. To me, a professional hitter is a guy who, depending on the situation, can get the job done, and seems can be hit in any part of the lineup. When he's leading off an inning, he acts like a leadoff hitter, where he's just thinking about getting out. It's not always about just driving the ball every single time. And like you said, he can utilize every part of the field. I know defensively, as a shortstop, a guy like Paul Goldschmidt, it's hard to get a great jump off of, because his bat goes in the zone early, and you see that from shortstop, but you don't know if he's pulling it or if he's staying inside and going the other way. So you have to wait till he hits it before you react, and that split second can determine a hit or an out.
Goldschmidt up the end of the bat, and he loops it out towards second. Muncy squeezes it. That's a big out to get for Dustin May. And here comes Marcell Ozuna. .6'6" is May. Ozuna, there have been times where it's been Ozuna who's been driving the offensive bus for the Cardinals. Broke a couple fingers on a headfirst slide back to the bag, and is just back. And the hope is that he recaptures that hot streak for the rest of this month and all through September.
Yeah, he was one of the offensive leaders along with Goldschmidt early on, and with those broken fingers and obviously holding them back in your hand, it's going to take him a little bit to get that strength, that timing back, and trust in his hands again. So hopefully this 0 for 11 stretch could disappear real soon.
Ozuna 1 for 12 since coming off the injured list, and you saw the Cardinals have just one hit with runners in scoring position in this series. Muncy to his left. Dustin May through the first. Game 2 of this 21-year-old's major league career. And we are underway here in Los Angeles. For more great Dodger content, including exclusive player interviews, behind-the-scenes footage, be sure to subscribe to the Dodger YouTube channel at youtube.com/Dodgers.
Struck him out. 16 Ks from Buehler. Peterson, it's a fly ball towards the wall and gone again. Drilled the left field, a grand slam to break it open.
Another walk-off home run for the Dodgers.
Got him swinging. And another 1-2-3 inning for Hyun-Jin Ryu. It's a swing and a miss for strike 3. Peterson turns on it. High drive. Forget about it. He has ended the night. Drilled in the air. Forget about it. 3-run shot. Lightning strikes. Game changes. Turner smashes another. He's got a 3-home run game.
That's the Dodgers YouTube channel, youtube.com/Dodgers. You got an awful lot of Joe Davis, Nomar Garciaparra, and Oral Hershiser. And that guy, Cody Bellinger. Dodgers have won 7 of 8. And 4 straight. State Farm brings you the Dodgers lineup. There's power everywhere. And it starts in the leadoff spot. Jock Peterson has smoked 24 homers. Max Muncy's hit 27. Justin Turner in the 3 spot. Bellinger 2 behind Christian Yelich for the National League lead. He's hit 37. Corey Seager in the 5 spot. Matt Beatty's had some big moments in left field. Edwin Rios is just up, and he gets a start at first base. He's got big power. Russell Martin is the veteran behind the plate, handling the youngster May. And you got Jack Flaherty, 2 years older than May. He's 23, and his last 5 starts have been dynamites. And a 93-mile-an-hour fastball on the corner. Peterson, 5 leadoff home runs already this year.
It's a good spark plug to have at the top of the lineup. Power up and down, and makes it nice for a pitcher to go out there with a 1-0 lead.
Tom Verducci the other night on MLB Network had a great breakdown of the modern day leadoff hitter. And it doesn't come with speed, it comes with power. And Peterson's one of those guys.
Well, it comes with power. It also comes with guys, you know, trying to work the count, finding a way to get on base. So that's still there. I think now, because if you look at the game, the reason why you're not looking for necessarily that speed at the top of the lineup, it's because you have guys with power behind that. You know, you don't see too many guys stealing bases quite as often or looking for that guy that's just going out there and looking to steal, because oftentimes when they get to first base, they're in scoring position with the guys behind them.
Saw the play that Peterson made last night, and he plays first base, he plays in the outfield. That's another aspect of the Dodgers, is their versatility. They took infield yesterday, and it wasn't just the infield. It was like the entire squad was there, because many of the outfielders are also infielders.
Yeah, so much quality, versatility, and depth allows them to slot guys in.
Oh, that's a heck of a play there. Matt Wieters with the foul tip had it bounce off of it, looked like his glove. He kept it either on his chest and then grabbed it, and that's a strikeout.
That's something you don't see too often. I mean, there it is. He fouls it off. It hits the heel of his glove, and then he looks up and just barehands it. Yep. And as a hitter, you see Jock Peterson going, wait, because you're in shock, because you don't see that, and you're like, you can't believe it. And next thing you know, wait, I'm out. You're right. It's the right call.
First glance, you thought maybe it hit the home plate umpire, Doug Eddings, but on that second replay, you could tell it stayed in the air. And here's Muncy now. And he takes a breaking ball. Flaherty, who grew up in Los Angeles, gets a chance to face the Dodgers. Muncy with his 27 home runs, 373 on base, and a whopping .572 slugging percentage.
Max Muncy, he just hits. Since he's put on that Dodger uniform, since he's come over here, he's made such a huge impact in this Dodger lineup. And that hitting, and that's hitting for power.
Yeah, he seems like a guy who's very patient at the plate. And the way the game's gone, hitters aren't fearful of striking out anymore. So they're able to really key in and zone on the pitch they want and leave the pitches out of the zone where they are. So it makes it a little bit tougher on the pitcher, have to come and attack the zone a little more aggressive early in the count.
When he was released by Oakland, the things that the Dodgers saw in him, one, he crushes strikes. He does not go out of the zone. If you throw a strike, he pounds it. And those two things in his profile sold the Dodgers. They signed him, and all of a sudden he's just blowing up.
You're exactly right. And as you mentioned, Jason, I mean, it's when you watch him, and I have the luxury of watching him over the course of the year, there are times when he gets into that 3-2 count, and he gets into a lot of 3-2 counts. How he takes certain pitches just off the plate, and you're like, how do you lay off of that pitch? Well, like you said, he doesn't chase. He looks for his own, and there it is once again.
State Farm's going to break down Jack Flaherty, and so is Jason Marquis.
Jack Flaherty came on the scene last year, a young righty with great stuff. Keys to his game today are attack down in the zone, expand the eye level, sort of like Dustin May a little bit. Another thing, he has to maintain his composure. I know things when they get going a little rough, he loses his emotions a little bit. I think he's got to keep them in check. And as the game gets deeper, the hitters get a little more read on him and are able to put better swings on. So hopefully he can get through the lineup quick and attack them with better stuff in the latter half of the game.
He was a star at Harvard Westlake High School here in Los Angeles, and he's no stranger to this ballpark. He's faced the Dodgers already 3 times. In all 3 starts, he's been terrific. 6 innings and just 1 run in all 3 of those starts.
Yeah, been very effective against the Dodgers, just limiting them to just a 133 average against in those 3 starts. One of them coming here at Dodger Stadium was effective here at Dodger Stadium. So thinking, oh, will he be excited and maybe a little amped up pitching at Dodger Stadium? No. Still in control.
Turner hits it in the air and into the seats. Well, this is the ballpark certainly that he came to as a youngster to watch the Dodgers and all of that when he was pitching at Harvard Westlake. Now, his junior season, they got to the state championship, and it was played right here at Dodger Stadium. He threw a shutout and knocked in the only run of the game.
Well, have a day.
Yeah.
Hey.
So
that is a day.
I don't think this place is going to intimidate him in the least. He's 0-2 on Turner. He's 4 for 7 in the series with a couple doubles. Got him. That fastball, he is throwing more when he's in front. One of the things the Cardinals have talked to him about, don't nibble when you're up 0-2 or 1-2. Go after him with a fastball.
Yeah, they want him to attack, not fall back into hitters' counts. You know, he gets ahead really well, 0-2, 1-2, but then he finds himself back in those 2-2, 3-2 counts, which puts the hitters back in that power position.
Now Bellinger. What a show it has been for Bellinger this year. He and Christian Yelich seemingly in that two-man race for the National League MVP award. Yelich now 2 home runs in front of him. Of course, Yelich is a Southern California kid as well. Bellinger grew up in Arizona. Bellinger second in slugging percentage at .668. You would think .668 would lead the National League, but he's second.
Yelich is having a hell of a year. I know Cody's been struggling here lately. Hopefully get back on track. Try not to do too much.
Infield shifted to the right side.
That's one thing I've seen Cody Bellinger over the course of this year. I've often said that when you're tops in hitting throughout a season, it's not necessarily that you're saying, well, you hit better than everybody else. I always say you minimize your slumps better than anybody else. So those times when you do struggle, because you're going to do that no matter how well you're over the course of a season, but getting out of those slumps and finding that rhythm once again as quickly as possible is really the key.
And he's in one of those right now. He's 1 for his last 15. What have you seen? Because you see every one of his at-bats.
Well, for me right now is I think he has a tendency, and it's just so fine, where he's pulling off the ball just a little bit. This year he's done an excellent job with that bat staying through the zone, thinking about going the other way. I think when he finds himself in trouble, did that in the years past, where he just gets a little bit too pull happy and pulls off of it. And the crazy thing is when you find yourself in slumps, it's not usually the pitch that ends up putting you away or gets you out. It's the pitches that you foul off, such as that one that we just saw right there. The pitches that we would see earlier, he wasn't missing and doing damage on.
Just underway in Los Angeles. Dodgers have won the first 2 in this series. Cardinals have scored a total of 1 run. Dodgers shut them out 8-0 on Monday. Last night 3-1. Great pitching from the Dodgers. Jack Flaherty trying to put an end to that and get out of here with the win and keep the heat on in the Central and in the wild card. Counts 2-2.
This is what we talked about earlier, not letting the hitter get back into the count. Attack a little bit. No, Cody struggling a little bit and go at his zones where he struggles.
Two with the shift that brought Carpenter over at short, and he flips to second to get the out. So nice first innings. First for Dustin May, then for Jack Flaherty. Recently, the Cardinal roster was asked, who has the best hair? Is it Harrison Bader? Miles Michaelis? State Farm shows us.
Ooh, I'm gonna go with Harrison. Miles he's got a good flow, but he's got like a lion's mane, where Harry got, you know, the man bun going. He's got the looks. All the girls just go crazy.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious where my vote's going, but it's gonna be interesting to see what everybody else says. So I've been growing it out since pretty much throughout the entire offseason. So
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I feel like I'm going to cause a fight in the clubhouse. Well, considering Miles just cut his, I'll go with Harrison. But I don't know. Waka's a close second right now. I don't know if you've seen his hair. It's looking pretty nice.
You see it back there. It's coming out the backside a little bit, so I don't know. Just some I'm working with right now.
Bader's got more exposure with the hair. But when Miles does it, it's kind of short and sweet, and it makes you want some more.
I like Carlos's new haircut. I think he ditched that long hair. I like that short hair on him. He's got some designs in the side. He's still got the color. He looks fast. He looks mean. He looks ready to go.
Well, Miles cut his. So Harrison.
Behind the scenes Cardinal video doesn't stop here. You can subscribe to the Cardinal YouTube channel and you won't miss a story. Cardinals have some good hair too, right? I mean, you got Martinez in the dugout, but I think they are a distant second to this guy. Dustin May, they have tabbed him as a ginger guard because he's a big, tall Texan, much like Noah Syndergaard. And he's got the big flowing locks. And as you pointed out, you see the code red embroidered on his glove into the second.
Big Mountain Dew fan, so code red out there as well. So, but that is some serious flow right there. That is some good hair he's got working there.
Swing and a miss. A lot of Rizzo. It is impressive, and this guy doesn't pitch like he's 21.
No question about it, but really the hard-hitting information, guys, is about Dustin May's hair. You heard Nomar say that it is code red on his glove because he's a huge Mountain Dew fan. Looking for an endorsement, by the way. He's not a huge fan of Ginger Guard after Noah Syndergaard as he gets the strikeout there on Paul DeJong, but he also is fine with Red Nightmare. Jerry Hairston Jr., also on our broadcast for the Dodgers, called him Red Nightmare. He's fine with that, too, because we already have a Red Dream, and that's Justin Turner at third base.
Red turn 2, right?
That's right.
Climbing the ladder with the fastball. We were touching about that, about the keys to the game for him, changing the eye level.
Matt Carpenter now. Dodgers in an extreme shift. And 96 with a fastball for a strike.
It was great, Alana talking about, well, code red, you get a Mountain Dew endorsement. Then you can also get maybe, you know, Head and Shoulders Pert endorsement with that hair, right? Just flowing out there.
This guy may be the key to the Cardinals getting it rolling offensively. He has not had a Matt Carpenter year at all. His numbers just don't look like it belong next to his name. At .213 average, a .317 on base. This is a guy that's been at the top of the order for a long time, and a career on base at .373. Carpenter felt that may have clipped the jersey a bit. And the slugging percentage is way down this year.
Yeah, it definitely has been a down year. I think that coincides also with his foot injury. You know, as athletes, we got to feel the ground underneath us. Our legs are important to us, important to our success. And with him coming back, you know, it may take him a little bit to get going again. But he's a big, big key for them down the stretch.
Hit by pitch is reviewable. You saw the Cardinals took a look to see if it did move the jersey.
It's really interesting because usually the batter tells you more before they go to that replay. I know it does. You're looking at it just kind of graze the shirt as it just barely missed, but usually the hitter can kind of feel that and go, yeah, that got my shirt, and you start walking to first.
Well, you're behind 0-2 at that point, so any way you can get yourself to first base. And Carpenter now works the count full at 3-2. One of the guys that's really been affected by the shift has been Matt Carpenter, and the Dodgers are in that extreme shift right now. He's bounced at right side numerous times in the last 2 nights, and he works a walk from 0-2. And it brings up Colton Wong.
It's definitely a positive there for Matt Carpenter. And you mentioned about the shift. Well, not only just the shift, but we saw the way they were pitching them, right? Coming in on them. So that's also a factor and a byproduct of having the shift. You also have pitchers that would execute, and if they can execute,
and they're pounding you in, and you're trying to get them off of that, you're going, I got to pull the ball. It's just really hard to stay inside that all the time.
Yeah, you saw last night, during last night's game, he even laid down flash bone a few times, and with 2 strikes, which you don't see hardly ever. He's been one of the Cardinals' hottest hitters here since the All-Star break. I think he leads the National League in hitting with a 360 average. Not much power, but just getting the barrel to the ball and just doing his part. Obviously, solid defender and
has a couple of hits in this series. You got Carpenter at first.
Mays looks like he's losing command a little bit. Has to get back on track and attack the bottom half of the zone.
He's missed on 6 straight. He was 0-2 on Carpenter. Got Matt Wieters on deck. And a strike. Wong has been a fixture at second base, 28-year-old out of the University of Hawaii. And that one's fouling in the seats. And I know you're watching on YouTube. There's great content for both the Dodgers and the Cardinals. There's a terrific 7-minute feature on Kolten Wong. It was produced by the Players Tribune. Wong himself did it. And if you've got time after the game, or if you really want to pull up another device and look at it, is emotional and it's powerful, and you should watch it. It talks about the loss of his mom, Keala, to cancer between the 13 and the 14 season. And a swing and a miss. And Wong goes down.
May did a really good job there, even finding himself behind 2-0 on Kolten Wong with that fastball in the outer half, and then the one up and in, and then finishing off with that breaking ball in the inner half. Excellent job.
Yeah, I just feel like with that 2-0 count and the shift on, you leave a pitch out over, you got the whole left side of the infield to do your job. You allow them to get back into the count and throw those cutters in and get in your kitchen a little bit so you can't get your arms extended. So May did a really good job.
I think that's the component sometimes that fans or other people don't take into account when they see the shift, and especially a left-handed hitter like a Carpenter or even Wong in that at bat, and feel, why don't you spray the ball to the left side like Tommy Edman did in his at bat? And the answer is, it's hard to spray a ball that's on the inside part of the plate, especially if it's a cutter and if it's moving in.
No, without a doubt. And that's why you try to take advantage of those pitches left out up over the plate, so we can't get back into those counts.
Wieters takes. You had a long career on the mound, Jason, in the big leagues. If you were pitching now to the shift, with the shift, how would that change your approach?
Well, to be honest with you, it's all about pitch execution, no matter what era you played in. Obviously, they're tailoring your game plan towards the shift. If you're somebody that can't execute a pitch on a consistent basis, that information actually means nothing. So, you know, hopefully these young guys, they got great stuff. Everybody's mid-90s, upper 90s. But at the end of the day, it's about pitch execution. And whether it's my era, years before me, pitchers before me, they would tailor a game plan to suit the hitters. You know, the shift sort of came into play a little bit towards the tail end of my career. I know sometimes I would make a pitch and find myself where, man, that's an out. And there was nobody there. So it was new to us, you know, probably about 7, 8, 9 years ago. But now they've sort of, I won't say perfected it, but do a really good job with the information given.
For the most part, there's more outs that you get that you lose.
Yeah, you're playing the odds.
Wieters, and a swing and a miss. Yadi Molina the Cardinals are hoping will be back either late this weekend or early next week.
Yeah, I mean, I think he gives a boost not only on the field but off the field. He's that veteran leadership that has been around. I was with him 2004, his rookie year, and just knows how to get guys going, motivate them, and he does a huge difference for the pitching staff too.
In his absence, Wieters has been really good, both behind the plate. And he's hit 10 home runs in just the 17 games. Hits that one well to center. That's Bellinger out there today. And he makes the catch, and Dustin May gets through the second. For in-depth perspectives on the game, don't forget to check out YouTube Live's game commentary featuring MLB, the Cardinals, Giants, and a select group of YouTube creators. They'll add your thoughts during the telecast with a unique viewing experience, and you can view the live game commentary on your mobile phone, computer, or any device, especially in your living room with the flat screen on a smart TV. We'll keep an eye on the discussion throughout the telecast. As I told you earlier, there's some terrific games on the YouTube Game of the Week. And here's a look. Tomorrow night, that's a Madison Bumgarner, Aaron Nola matchup in San Francisco. Twins and Brewers. You got Rockies and Diamondbacks. The Dodgers will appear on Tuesday, September 17th, which should be a fascinating game. You've got the Rays, who are in the playoff picture in the American League, and obviously the Dodgers. They may have clinched at that point, but still, the Rays and the Dodgers should be a fun one here on the Game of the Week here on YouTube. We are in Los Angeles. Day game to finish off a 3-game series. The Dodgers so hot right now. Have won the first two. The Cardinals and Dodgers scoreless in the bottom of the second. We've had a chance to watch young Jack Flaherty go to work. Flaherty got through the first. He's pitched well against the Dodgers. And at the top of this Cardinal rotation, Miles Mikolas and Jack Flaherty have been the two best starters for St. Louis. They got two veterans in that rotation as well, Adam Wainwright and Michael Wacha. One of the cool things about the games here on YouTube is we have a chance to get into the dugouts, and State Farm brings us our Dodger interview. Chris Taylor joins us now from the Dodger dugout. Hi, Chris. How are you?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good. First, let's check in on your health. How are you?
Feeling good. I hit flips today for the first time, and it went well. So took ground balls yesterday. So progressing, taking the right steps.
Chris, have you put there's Nomar here. Have you put a timetable for yourself as far as to get back, or is it one of those that, listen, my body's going to tell me?
You know, I feel like the player's always pushing harder than the trainers. You know, I would like to be back sometime on the next road trip, but you know, obviously I have to listen to those guys, and you know, I know they have their best interest for me. So you know, you know, that the goal is next road trip, but it could be later than that. I'm not sure.
Hey, I want to know something here, because when you jumped on board with the Dodgers, it was a moving freight train, and you had a terrific 17. You were, of course, the co-MVP of the NLCS. And it feels like in the years that you've been here, this is, I guess, what, year 3, this team has gotten better and younger, which is hard to do. But with the youth and the youngsters, and I guess you at 28 are a grizzled veteran now. What's the mix like with this? Because every young player that comes up here seems to contribute like you did when you arrived.
Yeah, you know, I think they've just done a great job of bringing in the right guys. Obviously, some of the pieces we brought in, like Muncy and those guys, and then a great job of developing those minor league players. And, you know, guys come up every year and, you know, contribute right away, it seems like. And it's just sort of that next man up mindset.
Hey, Chris, it's Jason Marquis. How's everything going?
Good. How's it going, Jason?
Not bad. I know being on the DL is not fun. We've all been there. It's not somewhere you want to be. Watching these young guys are pretty fun. How much of a mentoring role do you take with these guys? Are they approachable? They want to learn? How's it being around these guys?
Yeah, you know, honestly, they're all, I feel like they're pretty advanced, you know, pretty advanced approach. And, you know, we have a good group of veteran guys in the clubhouse as well. You know, I don't think I have to do too much, but you know, just talking to all the guys, you know, I feel like I can learn from them as well. You know, I think we do a good job of communicating from top to bottom, and you know, everybody's trying to, you know, learn and get better. So it's been fun this year.
Chris, when you go through the names of players that changed or tweaked their swing in Major League Baseball over the last 2 or 3 years and really took off from that, your name is in that conversation. Obviously, Justin Turner's name is there, Mitch Haniger as well. What exactly was that like? What if you could just capsulize what changes you made and talk a little bit about that process?
Yeah, you know, it had been a couple years grinding, trying to stick in the big leagues for me, and I just wasn't able to do what it took to stay there. I got sent down to AAA multiple times, and you know, went into one off season, and I saw, you know, some guys, you know, that little guys in particular, you know, that made some swing changes and were hitting for power, and you know, I thought, you know, there's no reason I can't do that. Coming up, I always thought, hey, like, I'm never going to hit for power. You know, I'm a singles guy. I just need to get on base. And, you know, I saw guys like Mookie Betts and Trey Turner that were driving the ball, and they were my size. So I was like, hey, you know, maybe this is worth taking a shot. And got over here, and I got with the right pieces. Obviously, Robert Van Scoyoc helped me a ton and, you know, helped guide me along the way. And, yeah, it just kind of took off from there. You know, I was fortunate enough to get some playing time due to injuries in 17, and I came up at a good time. I was feeling good, and I got hot, and then just kind of, yeah, just kind of took its course.
Jack Flaherty has a couple outs here in the second inning.
Hey, Chris, with that, right now, you know, obviously being on the IL, though, is there anything right now you're maybe working with your swing, or right now it's just more about getting healthy and to get back?
Yeah, it's just getting healthy now. You know, I've gotten pretty good at the top hand drill. I've been doing that every day during the game, but
it's good.
Yeah, just today was the first day I took flips, and it was 10 swings, so it's hard to really work on stuff when you're limited to, you know, 10 swings a day.
All right, well, hey, we appreciate the time. Everybody in Dodger Blue is hoping you're back soon. Have a great August, and I know every night seems like a party around here.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right. Chris Taylor at the plate, Edwin Rios, who is up for the second time. And this is a big guy, 6'3", 220, out of Florida International. 25-year-old with big power.
Another versatile guy. Play corner infield, a little bit in the outfield. Like you said, has big time pop.
It's one of the things Dave Roberts told us this morning that the Dodgers put a high premium on, and that's versatility.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got to do a really good job of finding those athletes as a scouting department. But you also got to have the guys with the right mindset that are willing to buy into that philosophy. I know guys get locked in. I want to be the shortstop. I want to be a right fielder. But you come into a whole new element where you want to get in that lineup. We need to be able to play all over the place, because you may step into a situation where we already have certain guys fill that spot. But even the superstars on this team, Cody Bellinger, I mean, playing center field today. He's a Gold Glove right fielder. Showed some Gold Glove skills at first base yesterday.
Flaherty looking sharp. A 1-2-3 second. He's through 2. Dustin May is through 2. Dodgers and Cardinals scoreless here. It's time for In Case You Missed It, courtesy of State Farm.
That's scorched foul. Oh, nice effort.
He got it.
Nice effort. He stayed right with it.
Oh, outstanding.
That's a fly ball in deep to left, and that baby is gone.
It's our guy. See who caught that?
We like wearing our suits, but how about this one? How about this number? That's got some color. That's a whole lot of purple, including the cap. Whoa! Did you see that? Dallas Keuchel tripped over his shoelace. Pretty sure that'll be a fine in Kangaroo Court.
Yes.
Dust yourself off, kid. Whoa.
There is a pigeon on the field right now. Now Garrett Cooper is going to gently, we assume, usher the bird out of here. Let's go. We usually hesitate to show anyone rushing the field, but I guess birds are okay.
I don't think he knows that his life is in danger.
No, he has
He
no
wants to
idea.
hang out. He's back on the infield again.
Yes, he is. He's taking his lead off first base right now.
Clearly, he's from the Atlantic League as he just stole first base.
That's right.
MLB.TV now available at a lower price, $49.99 for every out-of-market regular season game, live or on demand. And you'll get access to MLB At Bat Premium. Visit MLB.TV for details. Yeah, birds on the field. I've seen cats. I've seen skunks.
Well, see a lot of things at a ballpark. See people on the field coming out of the stands.
No, it's
falling.
not good.
That's not good,
It's not
though.
good.
We got birds everywhere.
They let the wildlife come on.
Yes.
All right, Dustin May has been terrific here. He's given up a double to Tommy Edman. Here's Flaherty. And May bounces that one up there. Flaherty's high school, we're talking about Harvard Westlake High School. Just 14 miles from Dodger Stadium in Studio City.
And just like the Dodgers three-headed monster with Kershaw, Ryu, and Buehler, he had a three-headed monster staff at Harvard Westlake with Lucas Giolito and Max Fried.
All three of those guys in the rotation, all three were first-round picks in the Major League draft. Can you imagine that? Fried, of course, part of the Braves rotation right now. Giolito with the White Sox.
Both having great years also.
Yeah. Giolito was an all-star this year.
Who are we playing? Harvard Westlake. Oh, man.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get.
Yeah, what day? It doesn't matter.
I got to study. I got extra homework to do.
You're going to get their third starter, which is a first-round draft pick.
And the other great thing, though, too, is you're going, well, there'll be a lot of scouts in the stands. This is great. It's my chance to get noticed. So.
It's another way to look at it. I'll tell you what, having a guy like Russell Martin behind the plate, able to do a really good job of getting underneath that sinker, especially for a guy like May who likes to use that sinker a lot. He does a really good job, one of the best in the game for years. I think he's just another asset that the Dodgers were able to reacquire. That's definitely going to help these young pitchers along the way.
First time through the lineup, Dustin May with 4 punch-outs, a walk, and a double. Fowler struck out back in the first. Edman behind him. This young man is not afraid to pitch inside. Everything that Dave Roberts told us we've seen so far in his 2 1/3 innings.
Yeah, he's got that cutter working in really well to the lefties. He's getting a lot of swings and misses. He already has 8 on the day. Only had 6 in his first start, so he's doing a better job of getting into pitcher's counts.
Soft liner. He has a unique delivery from the dip that he has, and he's got that toe leg action, kind of a Bronson Arroyo type look.
That's a great analogy. You're right, with that straight leg going out there when he kicks it out, and then
very stylish.
Comes down. But he gets down the mound, especially as you mentioned, standing at 6'6". He's got some life to that with 97. Then you also factor in, you know, how it looks to the hitter when you're that tall and you're releasing it closer to home plate. There's a perceived velocity a lot higher than that.
Yeah, it looks like he gets great extension on his pitches. And you talked about that perceived velocity, that late life. Definitely helps produce weak contact.
Saw one scouting report that said he might gain velocity if he gains some weight. He's only 21. Not that he needs much more velocity right now.
Yeah, I think it's more about sustaining the velocity and being able to keep it not only for the 6th, 7th, 8th inning, but keeping it for years 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and have longevity in the game.
Yeah, oftentimes when guys are getting stronger, working out, not always just about power. But it's also, like you said, to be able to sustain a full season.
Well, the young right-hander sure looked sharp in this one. Scoreless ball game in the third as the Dodgers and the Cardinals go at it here at Dodger Stadium. Cody Bellinger seems to be hitting everything this season, but let's see how he handles an orange in the YouTube Fruit Smash.
These MLB players are great at baseball, but let's see how they do with our YouTube challenge.
Say hi, Cody.
Roll cameras, roll sound.
We are here with Cody Bellinger.
Cody Bellinger with a two-run shot.
Having a father who played in the big leagues and then going through that Little League World Series experience, what do you think that did to just kind of get you ready for the journey?
I think that was just the first time you got to play in front of a crowd. You finally have like a full stands with a full grass outfield. That's like the time that I actually fell in love with, like, oh, this is like what I really want to do.
It's Bellinger's turn.
I think we should hit some fruit.
Absolutely.
Cody, here comes the fruit. Oranges.
Oh!
Smells pretty good.
Next up. Oh, an avocado. We can't waste avocados like this.
Bye-bye, honey. It's all right, though. I might eat those, seriously.
I mean, what do you call this thing?
Is that heavy?
Eggplant. Good luck.
Oh! Who's cleaning this up, by the way?
You got a towel for the bat?
Oh, bananas? There we go. Oh!
Wow. A little crack to it. There it is. We can save for that. Ooh.
Well, you know Eric Burns is a native Californian when he hesitates to waste an avocado like that.
Yeah, they picked the right guy for that segment. Burnsy fits the bill with that.
I'm wondering if he's the one who caught it. What if we just hit fruit? Like, who thinks of that? Like,
not the avocados. Yeah. Russell Martin in the box. Jack Flaherty throws strike one. Martin, Dustin May, Jock Peterson for the Dodgers in the third. Dodgers looking for their first hit. Martin getting the starts. The tail end of his career. Back in a Dodger uniform. Now 36. And all of a sudden, he's the guy that's backing up the youngster in Will Smith, who's been an incredible addition for the Dodgers.
Yeah, he's been. When Russell Martin came over here back to the Dodgers, he knew his role. He knew he was going to be that backup catcher. He knew he was going to be a veteran presence to this pitching staff as well. But he was supposed to be backing up Austin Barnes. Austin Barnes was the one who was supposed to be the everyday catcher. And Austin had struggles this year from on the offensive side. And Will Smith has just taken that position and has ran with it. He's done everything he's supposed to do when you're down there in the minors and at this level. Will Smith, he got called up. He changed his, speaking of changing your swing, he's another guy. You look at last year in the minor leagues, he hit about 250, 240 in the minor leagues. Didn't have a great year, but he changed his swing in the offseason, carried it over this season, had a great spring training. Unbelievable, left an impression, continued it down in AAA, and then gets called up due to Austin Barnes going on the IL early in the season. Made an unbelievable impact, went down, gets sent down, and continued to hit and continued to leave an impression. It's exactly what you're supposed to do in those situations, to the point where Austin was struggling so much, they had to end up sending him down, go out there, get right, and Will Smith, since he's been up here, has been outstanding.
2-2 right now to Russell Martin. Jack Flaherty. Pitch number 39 coming. In the air to right. Edman makes the catch. Solano Rizzo, that that organizational depth, especially with Will Smith, has been such a bonus for the Dodgers this year, hasn't it?
No question about it, and it's not just Will Smith. They also have Keibert Ruiz in their system, who has also been a guy that has been in a lot of conversations about somebody that could really help them in the future. But I think where Will Smith has really separated himself, Nomar, of course, was talking about what he's done offensively, but he has been thought to have already Gold Glove caliber defense. But where he's really separated himself, according to some of the pitchers, is his game calling ability. He's really taken that part of the preparation of the game to the next level, kind of separating himself from the other catchers deep into the system, allowing him to contribute and catch this major league staff.
Thank you, Alana. Third major league at bat for Dustin May is a ground ball to second base.
Alana makes a great point because when he caught Clayton Kershaw for the first time, they asked Clayton Kershaw, you're the veteran, you're Clayton Kershaw. What was it like for the rookie? Were you kind of setting the tone, shaking him off? He's like, I really didn't shake him off that much. He goes, no. I'm going to trust anybody who's prepared, and he is definitely prepared. I mean, he gave him high praise, and that says a lot, especially coming from a guy like Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah, that's the key phrase, preparation. There's so much information out there these days that any one of these young guys come in ready to go and gain the trust of their teammates very quickly. Guys want to see you work, be in that video room, be in that weight room.
Peterson, center field. Fowler back, off the top of the wall. And a double.
I'll tell you what, Jock got lucky there. And what I mean by that, he got a hit, but he wasn't running. He thought he had a home run, and he wasn't running out of the box. And he had to kick it into gear when it ended up hitting at the top of the wall there. You see him there. It wasn't really a sprint. He actually slowed down a little bit halfway down first, and then he had to pick up a gear, and he got lucky that he ended up being safe. Wasn't too long ago, earlier in this week, Dave Roberts actually sat him down because he hit a ball, didn't run it out to first base, and Dave Roberts says, no, you understand it. And Jock Peterson honed up. He understood. He's like, yeah, I'm not supposed to do that. It's my fault. I shouldn't be acting that way in frustration. You got to go out there and you got to run it out. Well, here's another instance where you have to run it out. You can't assume anything. And he ended up, luckily, getting a double out of it.
And that's how close that was to a home run. Muncy now, infield shifted over to the right side. A good first pitch at 94, right on the black. Muncy walked back in the first. All of his numbers are just terrific. 27 homers, the on base 375, the slugging in the 570s. An all-star this season, coming off a 35 homer year last year. It looks like he's on pace to push that total even higher. Weighted runs created. And Muncy at 149. Of course, you expect to see Trout at the top. Yelich, Mookie Betts, JD Martinez, who may be the patron saint of changing your swing with the career that he's had. Flaherty gets a strike, and it's 1-2. Of course, weighted runs created is park adjusted. So if you play in a great hitter's park, they adjust your numbers. Or if you play in a pitching environment, those numbers adjusted as well.
How do they adjust with the baseball?
That's a metric that they're still working on.
Yeah, I go, those numbers then you can throw out the window now because it's definitely been changing. The parks before that used to be pitchers' parks aren't necessarily pitchers' parks anymore.
Flaherty with a good breaking ball. That ties up Muncy, and it strands Peterson at second. These kids can pitch. Jack Flaherty's 23. Dustin May is 21. And they both have shutouts going here in Los Angeles as we're headed to the fourth. Dodgers and Cardinals scoreless. In the final game of this three-game set, Dodgers have won the first two. Dodgers themselves overall have won 4 straight and 7 of 8. While the Cardinals have dropped 4 in a row. They lost 2 in Oakland to a hot Oakland team, and they've dropped the first 2 here in this series. All right, State Farm takes us back down to the dugout with Alana Rizzo and Dave Roberts.
All right, right, Rich, thanks very much, Dave. Dustin May doing a tremendous job as far as keeping these guys in check. Just 2 base runners so far. What are you noticing from the young right-hander?
Obviously, he's throwing the ball really well right now, and I think for us right now, the strike throwing is a lot better than it was his debut. Changing locations, going up in the zone, in, out, mixing in his breaking ball. He's in complete command right now, and let's hope he continues it.
You mentioned continuing it with the efficiency that he's having. Is he in this for the long haul? At what point will you think about going to your pen?
Yeah, you know what? I think that right now we see him making the start, obviously, today, and he'll make his next one. And from that point, I think we'll kind of know more. But the thing is that Dustin throwing the baseball well gives us a lot of options. You have a 21-year-old going against a 23-year-old going in Jack Flaherty. He's doing a nice job keeping your offense off balance, too. Just 2 base runners for the Dodgers as well. What do you need to do to be effective against him moving forward? I like Flaherty a lot. This guy's a good competitor. He's got a good arm. And right now the fastball's playing, and he's got that really good slider. So, hopefully he makes some mistakes and we can take advantage of it. But this is good about the game right now. You got 2 good young arms. Jock Peterson, I think he thought that was a home run. What was your perception when you were sitting here watching that? I'm just happy he made it to second base. Sounds good, Dave. Thanks. All right, guys.
We are fortunate to have Alana Rizzo with us. She is one of the absolute best in Major League Baseball. And good stuff from Dave Roberts, who told us today when talking about Dustin May, great arm, great head, and great hair. And we've seen all of that in 3 innings work. Paul Goldschmidt now, his second at bat, popped out his first time up. And chases a breaking ball. It's 0-2.
Yeah, it seems like Dustin's doing a real good job of getting ahead of hitters, going to his breaking stuff a little bit more, his cutter. I feel like the St. Louis hitters have to do a better job of attacking that fastball early in the count.
Goldschmidt, center field. Bellinger at the track.
They wanted that ball up, but I think they were hoping for that ball to be up and in. It was up and away, and Goldschmidt just misses it. Puts a good swing on it. It's one of the things, the difference between the big league level and down there in AAA is that your margin for error is so small here as a pitcher, because these big league hitters will capitalize on those mistakes. And he was very fortunate that that ball stayed in the yard.
Marcell Ozuna bounced out his first time up. We've talked a lot about pitching in both of these guys. Nomar as a hitter, if you're facing Dustin May after what you've seen first time through, what adjustments do you make?
Well, my adjustment is going, okay, I want to look for my pitch, my area that I feel really confident in, especially with a young guy. Like that was a perfect example where they have a tendency to maybe miss their spots. But I'm going to look in early, but I'm looking to attack early in my spot rather than letting him set the tone, because he has good stuff and good movement on his pitches.
Ozuna in the air. Bellinger looks comfortable wherever he plays, whether it's right, whether it's first, or whether it's center. State Farm Player Spotlight. This is a guy that a lot of people wanted to get from the Dodgers. Many felt that the Dodgers were going to pull the trigger on a trade to bolster that back end of the bullpen or the 7th or 8th inning. But Gavin Lux is the next great young Dodger that you're going to see. That one into left field. Paul DeYoung's got a hit. And he'll settle for a 2-out single. There was criticism on both of these organizations, right? I mean, people felt the Cardinals needed to add a starter to the back of their rotation. People felt the one area where the Dodgers needed to shore up before they got to the postseason was the bullpen. Neither team made the big splashy deal. Dave Roberts and Nomar, you brought it up as well before we hit air. The Dodgers have protected their young players, and they've had a 6-year run of the postseason. And every year people think they should ship out some of their best young players to get a veteran piece. If they had done that, maybe that would have improved their postseason run. They've been to 2 straight World Series. But you might not have Bellinger here anymore.
You might not have Bellinger. You might not have a guy like Julio Urias. You wouldn't have a guy like Will Smith. you wouldn't have a guy, I'll tell you wouldn't have a guy by the name of Clayton Kershaw. He was a top prospect. You don't think they were asking for him? I know when I was playing for the Dodgers and they're looking for trades, he came up in my career. That name was always flying around. Like, how about that Kershaw? They're like, absolutely not. You're not touching him. I mean, you wouldn't have guys like Dustin May right here who's pitching up here. There's quite a few names that you see with the Dodgers here that are making an impact on an annual basis, in the young guys that we've talked about who are ready to come in and contribute.
Carpenter lines one into center field. That's a good sign for the Cardinals. DeYoung will stop at second, and a couple of 2-out hits against Dustin May. Draft selection over the last few years. Just look at the names. We saw Gonsolin. He was dominant in game 1 of this series. Walker Buehler is dominant every 5 days.
Another guy you wouldn't have. They were asking about Walker Buehler in the trades.
Beatty's had some big moments. Verdugo just went on the injured list.
I remember last year when they were talking about the trade, Verdugo's name came up a lot when he was down there in AAA.
And you see that where the Dodgers are with prospects as Wong digs in. Here's the deal. The Dodgers have the 4th highest payroll in all of baseball. If you take the top 5 payroll teams in all of baseball, the Dodgers are the only one of those teams in the top 15 in terms of prospects. The Dodgers have been able to keep their prospects and stay in the postseason for the last 6 years. That's, to me, amazing.
Well, I think they formulated a pretty good game plan in the sense of that one guy you trade and give up on the services of a guy like Dustin May or Tony Gonsolin for 6 years. You have to. It's the first to 11 in the playoffs, and it's a very tough thing to do. And getting that one guy to mortgage the future, where we all know you have to get to the playoffs first before you win those 11 games. And I think they value that a little bit more, where these guys can help them continue a long run of success, as they've shown here in the last 6 years of making the postseason. To keep that trend going, I think you got to keep these young guys and just fill in guys, free agents that fit the bill of what you're looking for.
And make no mistake, these guys, and it's easy to go back home and say, well, they haven't won it yet. And it's true. They know that. They want to go in there like, this is the year. How do you not go all in? But at the same time, you also look at what they've done over the last couple of years. They have been aggressive. It's not like Andrew Friedman hasn't done something. I mean, they got Yu Darvish. They got Manny Machado. He has been willing to give up guys down in the minor leagues in order to get these guys to make an impact.
Oh, backdoor breaking ball and a beauty from Dustin May. Couple of hits for the Cardinals. Colton Wong caught looking. And these two young right-handers are putting on a show here at Dodger Stadium. That looks like it just caught some black. So it continues. Shutouts from both youngsters, May and Flaherty. Scoreless game in the bottom of the 4th.
I know we were talking about the Dodgers, talking about the trades, and I was talking about Andrew Friedman. You know, Andrew Friedman, he did an interview, pre-game interview about a week or so ago, just after the trade deadline.
And I'm going to, not to interrupt you there, Nomar, but Mike Schultz has stepped up to the microphone with our Alana Rizzo.
All right, guys, thanks very much. And Mike, we'll make this quick because this is a good one here as far as the pitching duel is concerned. What do you like so far about what you've seen from Jack?
Yeah, Jack's just been in control. You know, he's command of his fastball, good life to it. It's got a little jump at the end of it. Slider's really good. On the plate, under, late, a little depth. So he's in control of what he's doing, controlling counts and hitting his spots.
What have you seen from Dustin May so far, and what do you guys need to do to be more aggressive towards him? Obviously, a guy with a power arm that's attacking the zone.
Yeah, big arm, you know, a lot of movement to it, a lot of life. You know, starting to get a little better feel where it's coming out of, so guys are starting to see it a little bit better. Really just need to make sure we're getting the ball in the middle of the plate, put a good swing on it.
What can you say about this team that's finally starting to get healthy and clawing its way right up there in the NL Central?
Yeah, you know, it's a spirited team. It's a talented team. It's a team that's been getting after it all year, playing the game, you know, pretty much all the fundamentals, defense, base running really well. And now, like you mentioned, we're getting healthy. Those back, hard back. Yachty around the corner. Now it's just about getting everybody out there and executing, getting after it.
Should be fun down the stretch, as always. Thank you for your time, sir.
I look forward to it.
All right, guys.
All right, Alana, thank you. Yeah, the Cardinals do get reinforcements. They've had Carpenter and Ozuna rejoin them. Yachty should be 3-4 days away. And this youngster has dazzled just as much as May has. His last 5 starts, guys, opponents have hit 0 71.
Yeah, pretty impressive. He's had a good stretch. I think he had a 1.15 ERA. His strikeout to walk ratio has been out of this world. And it looks like he's thrown another gem today.
He's got Justin Turner. Nomar, let's, after this pitch, dive back into the Andrew Friedman press conference that you were talking about. Turner an 0 for 1. Just one hit for the Dodgers. The Peterson double off the top of the wall.
Well, he was saying, you know, obviously this year being different. One deadline, that's it. And then also how many teams were actually within 6.5 games at that trade deadline. There were like 21 teams within 6.5 games of a postseason berth. But he also said, so it's actually who you can actually pick from is really small, especially with the Dodgers. You're looking for a frontline player. And we were just talking about some of the prospects. Every team says there's untouchables. Every team pretty much has guys that are probably untouchable as prospects are concerned, right? Well, at the same time, now you minimize your pool, who you're going to pull from. But he said the other thing that was really telling me was some of these teams not only think they're in the hunt this year, but they think they're in the hunt next year as well. So that even reduces who you can possibly trade with as well. So it wasn't an easy time to go out there and just pull off this blockbuster trade.
1-2. The count to Justin Turner. There's your top 5 Dodger prospects. Of course, Smith and May are here in the big leagues and contributing. Turner flips it to right. Edman is there, and he makes the catch. Love that shot of the very top of Dodger Stadium. If you've never attended a game here, it doesn't really do justice to watching on television. It's one of the cool things. This is called Chavez Ravine, where they built this ballpark, and it literally is a ravine. So as you walk up to the home plate entrance, you are walking into the very top level, and there are 9 levels here at Dodger Stadium. And it's an awesome sight as you walk through the gates and look almost straight down into this grand, big ballpark. Here's Bellinger.
Yeah, it was always fun coming to the stadium. Obviously, not only the view, the grounds crew does a great job of keeping this field manicured as good as any field in the world. I know players do enjoy coming here. And on top of it, like we alluded to earlier, it never rains. It's sunny. It's sunny all the time. How can you not like coming out here?
Well, you look down the lines, there's no tarp, right? There's no tarp down the line. No tarp, you know, they keep it down. They keep it in center field, and I think it has moth holes in there too.
What, is it 17 years since the last rain out?
It might be. I don't know the exact number, but it has been quite a while.
And Bellinger looks, for the type of year that he's had, he looks lost right now.
He's now 1 for 7, his last 17 at bats. And listen, everybody, like we touched on, everybody goes to that. Everybody's going to feel those times where you just feel a little bit off. And then when you are feeling off, it always seems like the pitchers are just making those nasty pitches against you, or you find yourself behind right when you step up to the plate, or you're thinking, I just want to see one. And that one, you're going, let me just relax. Let me see that one. It's the one that's right down the middle.
Seager pulls it down the line. And it's great to see this guy healthy. I mean, he's still only 25. Was a Rookie of the Year and a 2-time All-Star. And then last year, he had Tommy John surgery and arthroscopic surgery for his hip. And he spaced those surgeries out. You want to have Tommy John first, which he did, so that you can rehab that as far as throwing, and he has. And then the hip surgery was in early August 7th. Flaherty misses in.
Yeah, I'll tell you, when he came into spring training this year, he looked great. He looked healthy. Came in, it was great to see. And then he started to really get into the flow, started swinging the bat great, and then he ends up getting a hamstring injury and then going on the IL. And then it took some time to get back into that timing and finding that A swing. As we have another look at this great pitch on the outer half, that was the same spot that May had just struck out Colton Wong in that last inning.
Wow. Jack Flaherty back to his old haunt. State championship game on this mound through a shutout, and he has pitched well in his 3 appearances against the Dodgers, and he's doing it again here this afternoon on the YouTube Game of the Week presented by State Farm here at Dodger Stadium. Final game of a 3-game set. Dodgers have won the first 2. Cardinals have dropped 4 in a row.
Like Sour Patch or like sour worms. I've never been a
Cardinal rotation right now. Jack Flaherty, Miles Michaelis have been the best to Adam Wainwright in that rotation. And Dakota Hudson, certainly a work in progress, trying to find the number 5 starter for the Cardinals. But the Cardinals definitely in the race. In the wild card, they're just a half game behind the Nationals and the Phillies, who have those 2 wild card spots currently in the National League, and 2.5 back against the Cubs. One of the great interviews in baseball, a chance to talk to Adam Wainwright now, our State Farm interview. We go back to the dugout. Adam, welcome aboard. What do you see from Jack Flaherty? He doesn't look 23, does he?
Well, Jack's got incredible stuff. Thanks for having me on, by the way. Big shout out to my boy Keister up there with you.
There you go.
Yeah, he's got incredible stuff. He's an incredible athlete. I mean, you look at him, just his build on the mound, he's a specimen, right? But what he does really well is he executes pitches. And so when we've seen Jack all year stay out of those big innings, then he's really, really, really effective. And he's been great in the second half of the season.
Adam, Nomar Garciaparra here. When I look at the way you guys are playing down the stretch, obviously bidding for the postseason, you've been there many times over the course of your career. What message can you send maybe some of these guys who haven't been there, these young guys, that you need down the stretch to get you there?
Well, the biggest thing is minimizing the moment, right? Like, you want to feel the emotion. You know, you played in the playoffs a lot of times, Boston, I know, and the Dodgers here. But you have to live pitch to pitch and not get too caught up in it, because it can go real fast. You know, if you let the game speed up on you, all of a sudden, you know, you've given up 3-4 hits and you don't know what the heck just happened. So before you stinking throw your second pitch, you got to take a deep breath and just kind of minimize the moment. Just stay pitch to pitch. If you're hitting up there, you can't get caught up in the moment either. You got to stay within yourself and just keep everything as regular as you can while using that good adrenaline that comes from the big crowd.
Matt Wieters up right now. Let's backtrack as Wieters strikes out. What was that nickname that you had for Jason Marquis?
Keister.
Keister. Now,
Keister.
Did it originate with you guys when he was a Cardinal, or did he have it when he arrived in St. Louis?
No, that originated in St. Louis when we both got traded over there with Ray King.
What else do we call you? We called you like the muscle hamster or something. What was it?
Well,
Armadillo.
Armadillo.
Yeah.
There's other names I've been called too.
Armadillo.
We can't talk about that. We can't say that.
You look at Jason. He's watch out now.
Flaherty to right, pretty well hit.
Shoot. When you look at Jason, he's this little guy, right? Like, he's like 5'3". Not really. I mean, he's
muscle hamster.
But super strong. Really, really, really strong. Strong in the weight room. Can throw a med ball up and hit the ceiling. But very quick. You know, he thinks he's a great basketball player, which he actually is. Unfortunately, I have to admit that. But you know, if you listen to Jason, he could play professional sports in like 12 different sports, and he's probably right, which is also unfortunate, because I have to admit that here online.
and he hasn't retired officially yet, because I saw him pitch for Team Israel in the World Baseball Classic.
Did well too.
He did do well, and that's what, 2 years away. You still?
Yeah, I'm still pushing for that. I spoke to our future manager, and I'm going to try to.
That's Sam Fuld,
at the
right?
young age of 42, try to pitch again.
Well, he's found the fountain of youth. He was one of the only players I saw the other day that looked like 12 years younger than when they played. It's incredible.
That's what happens. You guys stress. The younger players stressed us, man.
It's amazing about retirement, right? All of a sudden the stress kind of just eases away just a little bit.
You know what Jason did such a great job of, though? He took care of me. He and a couple other players, but especially Jason in spring training. When I was a young player coming over from the Braves with him in that big trade, he took me under his wing, and I never paid for a single meal all spring training long. My wife hung out with his wife every day. We played golf almost every day. It was really cool. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing this gig up here now. I got no money like that.
Get out of here, Paul.
Fowler in the air, and with a shift on, that's a long run for Seager, and it's in the seats.
It's definitely fun to watch the progression of these young guys, watching a guy like Adam Wainwright coming over in the trade and see the success he's had. And speaking of that, watching Flaherty, I mean, it's very rare you see a guy in the second half of the season, a young guy, really take off. You know, usually they have a little dip in velocity, a little dip in production. Have you helped him curtail his workout routine a little bit?
Yeah, it's Dexter Fowler down the line. It rattles around there. Peterson picks it up. Dexter's got a double, and an opportunity for Tommy Edman.
So nothing I do in the weight room apparently translates to velocity in any sort of manner. So no, but Jack, you know what was really cool about young guys that end up being worth the darn in this game, they work and they want it. And the guys who don't work and they don't go out there, and they don't go out there as prepared as they possibly can be, they're the guys that don't end up worth a darn. And Jack and our other young pitcher, Dakota Hudson here, they're doing such a good job of busting their tails between starts and getting the most out of their bodies and being the most prepared that they can possibly be while they go out there on the mound. They're doing a great job.
Tommy Edman up right now. Cardinals with a runner in scoring position. Our Alana Rizzo wants to join in. Alana?
Well, guys, Waino was just talking about how you have to live in the moment and don't let perhaps a hit get to you or whatever the situation is. And I feel that comes from, A, being a veteran and having seen so much of this game over the years. Rich Hill, one of the Dodgers left-handers, shares that same mentality as Adam Wainwright does as far as just living in the moment. Rich Hill, of course, even had to go to independent ball, thought he was out of the big leagues, and then ended up signing a 3-year deal here in Los Angeles. Of course, some stuff off the field puts things into perspective as well, but I think there's something to be said for the veterans who have been around to see this game over the course of the last decade plus.
Yeah, and Rich was in camp with us in 2009, I believe, one of those years, and I don't even think he broke camp with us. He ended up going somewhere else and completely revived his career and came back around as just an amazing big league pitcher. So, you know, if you got the talent and you have the desire, you just can't quit. You never know what's going to happen.
All right, speaking of quitting and desire, look, you can pitch as long as you want. When you are done, you are known as one of the best in-game interviews around baseball. Any thoughts of joining Danny Mack and everybody in the booth, or some other team in the booth?
So maybe I can just travel around to all 30 teams and do like the fourth inning in-game interview.
Yeah, that would be a new position.
Somebody's going to buy into that. That's a great point right there. You got that.
I got a couple ideas, man. There's some things. I got an idea for a show that I think would be really cool with baseball players that I might want to do. But I'm a farmer, you know. I got to feed people. That's what I go to bed thinking about at night, and growing to help people eat good food, but also feeding people that can't afford to feed it, feed themselves. I've got some big ideas that I gotta make happen.
All right, Adam, thanks for the visit. Ball in the air, and it's Bellinger who makes the catch. Cardinals leave another. Adam Wainwright, everybody. And the muscle hamster says goodbye as well. Cardinals and Dodgers scoreless halfway through. And it's time for This Date in Baseball History, brought to you by State Farm.
Only one hit separates Boggs from the 3,000 mark.
A lot of people are coming to see him.
And there's a drive. Deep right field. It is gone! The hit that makes history is a two-run home run. 3,000 base hits for Wade Boggs. The first man ever to hit a home run to get base hit number 3,000. Oh, what a night here at Tropicana Field.
Now Greg Maddux with 299 victories.
And gone swinging is Leday.
Grissom holds up. No! Then Barrett said he went around. And Hennessy out on strike, swinging. Greg Maddux departs with a 6-3 lead. Hawkins ready. 2-2 pitch.
And there it is.
Greg Maddux wins his 300th game.
The 22nd pitcher in the history of baseball to collect 300 wins in a career. Congratulations, Greg Maddux.
Here comes Ichiro. He's one hit away. Ichiro to right and deep. Back goes Parra to the wall, and it's off the wall. 3,000 is in right field, and Ichiro is racing for third.
third. And he's done it. A triple. He's climbed the mountain.
And now he has paved his own path to Cooperstown.
Number 3,000 for the one, the only, the remarkable Ichiro.
All of those milestones on this date in baseball history. Major League Baseball is always live with MLB at Bat. Follow your favorite team's action with game tracking, video highlights, up-to-the-moment stats, standings, news, and more. Get the #1 app for live baseball. Download MLB at Bat today. MLB Game of the Week on YouTube. Rich Waltz, Jason Marquis, Nomar Garcia-Parra, Alana Rizzo here. And on MLB at Bat, if you are perusing the scores, you'll notice at the bottom the banner that is a one-click start to get you to the YouTube games. So if you're perusing the scores and you see the YouTube banner, just one click and you arrive at Dodger Stadium. Matt Beatty and the Dodgers are trying to solve young Jack Flaherty of the Cardinals. Flaherty has been terrific. So has Dustin May. Beatty's 0 for 1. No swing, says third base umpire Bill Miller. And the pitching lines for these two youngsters are almost identical. May now has gone 5 innings, 4 hits, no runs, a walk, and 7 strikeouts. Off 95 miles an hour with run and tail, arm side. Nomar, this guy's really something.
It's really hard to figure out what pitch you're going to sit on with Flaherty. I mean, you're going up there and you're going, okay, I'm going to look for that fastball. And then he has that slider that looks like a fastball coming out of his hand. I mean, that's one thing. It does not pop out of his hand. So as a hitter, you don't recognize it. It's got a nice, tight, late break to it. So you get that swing and miss. And then if you're thinking, okay, well, I'll look for that slider, then all of a sudden he comes with that 95 fastball and it has some tailing action that ends up moving away from you. So
Edwin Rios left field. Ozuna back, and it's off the wall, and it bounces away from Ozuna. And Rios pops one to left. The Dodgers have 2 hits. They are both doubles, and this one comes with 1 out in the 5th.
Yeah, that's the power we talked about with Rios. Driving the ball to the opposite field. He thought he may have gotten it. Double off the wall.
Well, the Dodgers have hit more home runs than anybody in the National League. They're used to the trot. They saw it with Peterson and now Rios.
Yeah, but regardless if you're used to the trot only looks good when it actually goes over the wall. But when you're trotting and it doesn't and it stays in, it never looks really good because it always puts in the back of your mind, yeah, okay, they got the second. We heard Dave Roberts touch on that about Jock Peterson, that he was just happy that he got to second, so you know it was in his mind. But you wonder the way that ball bounced off the wall in left field. Could that possibly be in a triple? And I'll tell you, against a guy like Flaherty, I'm a hitter, and I get to come up with less than 2 outs, and I have a man at third as compared to second. It's a whole different at bat.
Especially getting later into the ball game. You get a run on the board.
And you're deep in the order. Martin's in the 8th spot. Dustin May, the pitcher, is on deck.
So that's the only thing. I mean, if he's running hard out of the batter's box, and still W, you're like, fine. It bounced, whatever. No, right. But when you just see that and it's not really hard out of the batter's box, it just stays in the back of your mind. You're like, man, could it have been a possibility? Or you don't even give yourself a chance.
Whew. Sharp break and a strike.
Yeah, it seems like Jack has done a really good job of not falling into any patterns here. Just pushing and pulling the string. He's got some really good late life on his fastball right now. Great depth on that slider, like Nomar said before. You don't see it out of his hand. It stays on the same plane and the bottom just drops out. So his hitters are having a tough job of squaring it up and getting a good read on the ball out of his hand.
And Martin chases, and down he goes, and now Flaherty has an escape hatch here in the inning with Dustin May.
What I've seen from Flaherty, and actually both these young pitchers, is now that is actually the 6th at bat in this game with a runner in scoring position. The Cardinals have had 4, 0 for 4. The Dodgers now, that's the 2nd one. But both these young guys don't have any panic on them. You don't even see it on their faces, in their mannerisms and the demeanor, because that's another thing hitters recognize. They're like, oh, you got him on the ropes. This guy's feeling uncomfortable, especially with the man on second base. Nah, neither one of these guys have done that.
Yeah, they've held their composure real well.
This is the 6th consecutive start where he's really been on. We told you that the ERA of the first 5 starts was 1.15. He's turned a corner too in approach. Cardinals found that Flaherty was getting ahead of hitters 0-2, 1-2, and rather than stay aggressive, kind of nibbling a little bit, and would work the count even, and then to 3-2. And when they finally convinced him, hey, throw the fastball, 0-2, 1-2, go right at him, and you can really see that in his work today.
That's sort of the similar approach that Dodgers were talking about with Dustin May. These guys get ahead real well down in the zone. Stick with that hard stuff. Change your eye levels if you want to come back to that slider. After throwing that high fastball, if you don't get him on that pitch, you're just playing that chess match with that hitter.
That's 9 strikeouts for the kid from Harvard Westlake High School in Studio City, just 19 miles from Dodger Stadium. Jack Flaherty's back in Southern California. A little in and out, and 9 punch-outs. How about that? Scoreless ball game. Cardinals and Dodgers. A little spring training action and some fun from our friends at YouTube.
So what do you think? Do you think it was?
We are here with Dodger pitchers Ross Stripling, Rich Hill.
Ross Stripling, take a bow. Rich Hill. He struck him out!
It seems only natural that we come together here to throw objects and see how fast you could actually throw them. Socks, shoes, eggplant, avocados, ooh, water balloons, toilet paper.
Take me back to my high school days.
Whose house did you TP?
No comment.
Obviously, I mean, you're left-handed here.
Yeah.
You want to throw with your right hand?
Oh, that'd be great.
Okay. Rich, why don't you go?
All right, I'm going with the eggplant. This is light.
I love this.
Hey.
That looks totally natural. 38 miles per hour.
38. I'm going to go avocado. This is right what I need to start my day.
Oh. 56 miles per hour, though.
Feel good about that.
What about toilet paper? Oh, we got contact.
Yeah.
25 miles per hour, too. Ross, will you grab a water balloon?
Yeah, I'll try water balloon.
The water balloons are tricky.
Double tomahawk. I'm going from the neck.
Oh,
just a bit outside.
Rich, you're up. A banana.
Hello?
Tomato.
Yeah.
Look at that. 59 miles per hour.
Right-handed.
Wow. Right-handed.
Yeah, thanks for having us, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Back to the
And guys, unfortunately, both Ross Stripling and Rich Hill are currently on the injured list. Ross Stripling, though, just had a setback. He was dealing with some neck soreness that kind of went down his shoulder into his arm to some right biceps tightness, but was getting back on the mound, was able to throw a little bit, but then woke up with even more of a sore neck, and now it even hurts him to throw. So he's basically shut down for the foreseeable future. That is why Dustin May is going to make another start. As far as Rich Hill is concerned, he is progressing nicely with that left flexor tender strain, and he should probably be throwing a bullpen in about 3 weeks. We likely won't see Rich Hill back until mid-September, but again, with an 18-game lead in the division, the Dodgers have no necessity to rush these guys back. They also have some key position players on the injured list as well. We talked about Alex Verdugo. David Freese is on the injured list. You have Kike Hernandez and Chris Taylor, who we heard from earlier today. Hopefully those guys will be back in September as these Dodgers go for that postseason push.
And hopefully no more throwing of eggplants, Alana. That would probably be best advised by the Dodgers medical staff. Goldschmidt against the shift. Look at Max Muncy. He is much more athletic than you would expect. He can dunk a basketball. He made a terrific play behind second base in game 1 of this series, and that's a nifty sliding stop.
Yeah, I mean, with the illustration earlier about all these guys on the DL, on the IL, excuse me, just shows you the versatility and the quality of depth that they have to slide a guy like Muncy in at second base and make plays like this game after game.
We told you Bellinger is struggling. So is Goldschmidt. He's 0 for his last 14. Here's Ozuna. State Farm takes us inside the starts. 7 strikeouts, just the 1 walk.
And this inning's critical for May, and the reason being, I mean, obviously is a small sample size, but in his first outing, he was very effective through his first 5 innings. He only allowed 1 earned run, just 5 hits, had 3 Ks, but it was in that 6th inning where he ended up giving 3 earned runs and 4 hits. And that was the difference in the ball game in that first outing for him.
Yeah, it seems like the velocity's holding here. That pitch at 97. But the one thing that really jumps out was that 17 out of 21 first pitch strikes. Allows you to control the game a little bit. Allows you to get deeper into the game with a little more efficient pitch count and feel a little fresher as the game goes on.
And for you as a pitcher, Jason, I mean, how does it relax you when you know you're ahead or you get that first pitch strike as compared to maybe pitching a lot behind?
Well, it's huge in the sense not only you get deeper into the game, the hitters don't see as many pitches either. You're disposing of those hitters within 3 pitches, 4 at the most. So as the game goes on, they don't have as big as advantage seeing all your stuff. Maybe you got them out with just a fastball, maybe just a slider. Maybe they haven't seen your whole package. So it gives you that little bit element of surprise as the game goes on also.
This is a great battle here. May and Ozuna. Marcell twice has been the National League starter in the All-Star game. Had his elbow worked on in the offseason. He had played almost 2 seasons. Actually, it was a shoulder that they cleaned up. Not really being able to throw. That cleanup in this offseason. Drives it to center. Hits it well. Bellinger back, and it's gone. And Ozuna rips one. And the Cardinals have a run. And that feels like a major accomplishment for a team that is really struggling.
And we were touching on it too for May. That was when the innings where he gave up some runs in his first outing as well. But Ozuna, we were talking about the struggles that Ozuna's had, you know, coming off the IL as well with the fingers. But regardless of the struggles, it doesn't matter. You're looking at a scouting report, you're like, yeah, he may be struggling, but you don't want to be the team where he breaks out of it, because you know it's a matter of time, and you know that he still has so much power and can hurt you if you make a mistake, and he did right there.
Paul DeJong now. When Ozuna comes out of a slump, this is exactly the type of swing. It's center field. That always, when he was in Miami, got him back to where he wanted to be.
Well, he's such a strong guy. He can hit the ball out of the ballpark from pole to pole. So there's no limitations on what he could do. But obviously right there, he was able to capitalize on a mistake. It looked like May wanted that ball in, and he left it up out over, which is a strength of Ozuna, and he used those big, strong hands. And
now DeJong, right field and deep. Peterson back at the track, and he's got it.
Thinking of just the power of Ozuna. Remember when he was over there with the Marlins? You know, when the Marlins would come into town, or you go there and you'd see him, you'd stop and watch batting practice because you wanted to see Stanton, right? And it was just a different sound. You're like, gosh, the sheer power, the way it jumped off. Well, there was another guy right behind him. You're like, wait a minute, I thought he just stepped out. Who's this other guy making the same sound and hitting just far? Well, it's Ozuna, because he's just equally as strong and powerful.
Yeah, when you're doing it in that stadium before they moved the fences in, it was even more impressive.
Tell me about it. It was a great show. Adam Kolarek is going to come in a nice ovation. His second Major League start for Dustin May. He ran into trouble in the 6th inning in his first Major League start. He's given up a run here. Gentlemen, take us through his day so far.
For me, it's really been impressive. Dustin May early on. I mean, we talked about changing the eye level. Well, there it is, as we see in those first 2 runs with that fastball up in the zone. But really the key for any pitcher, you say you want to have command, but you also want to have movement, and he definitely had that today, huh?
Yeah, he was in control all game. He had a great fastball, a lot of movement, changing eye levels. And one thing he did real well, he got double-digit swings and misses, which he wasn't able to do in his first start. That's not the way you want to come out of a ball game down 1-0, but all in all, I think he threw the ball unbelievable and gave these Dodger hopeful fans something to yearn for more.
Well, look, if you can't address what fans wanted and pick up a quality bullpen arm, the next best thing is Dustin May joining the rotation and maybe Tony Gonsolin hopping into that bullpen as well. You got two young quality arms that have arrived here. Dave Roberts has some real nice options with both of them.
They understood that as well, the Dodgers, because it'll be a domino effect. Like right now, the question is, in the postseason, who's the Dodgers' fourth starter? We know the three. We got Ryu, Buehler, and Kershaw, obviously. Those three, and you can put them in any order that you want. But then who's number 4? Well, if Rich Hill comes off the DL and is effective, there's going to be number 4. So what does that mean? Well, then you have Maeda can go in the bullpen. Ross Stripling comes in, he can go in the bullpen. You mentioned Gonsolin. You even have Urias. He can be a 4-star. There's so many options for this team.
State Farm headlines around the league. The Mets are amazing right now. The Red Sox are not. Greinke is in Houston. How about Bo Bichette? How about that Blue Jay team with all the sons of great Major League legends? Kolarek delivers a strike to Carpenter. Have you seen the Mets lately?
Yeah. I mean,
they're rolling
right now.
And how many people scratch their head with the Stroman trade and say, well, why? And now, here they are. And here is Kolarek, and he was a trade deadline acquisition by the Dodgers. A terrific left-handed weapon out of the bullpen. Carpenter, that's a fair ball. It hits what looks like the ball girl down there. I don't know if it actually hit her, the chair, or just caromed away. But Carpenter shooting it opposite field. He's got a base hit.
We talk about the athleticism on the field. Well, there is athleticism down the line as she gets out of the way of that ball. That was impressive.
And look at this. A walk and 2 singles for a struggling Matt Carpenter down in the lineup, and it just off the shin.
Might have got off the shin.
Is that a live? I guess that is a live ball.
This is like hitting the umpire, I guess. But if you can see Carpenter swing right there, it looks like he intentionally took an inside-out type swing and tried to shoot the other side. You know, having a good day at the plate, 2 for 2 with a walk.
That is Eliana down the third base line. That was an acrobatic attempt to get out of the way of that baseball.
That was impressive to be able to jump and grab the bucket that you're sitting on,
right,
and jump out of the way.
And she took one rather than the bucket.
Took one and didn't even flinch.
Now I think the bucket might be out of play, right? If is a dead ball off the bucket, but live ball off the shin.
I don't know all the ground rule.
Colton Wong right now. Well, Kolarek, one of the great selling points for him is the ability to get lefties out and the ability to get ground balls.
Yeah, not a high strikeout total. Look like he pitches a contact, comes in certain situations, and they got somebody up in the bullpen once he gets through these lefties in the lineup.
Yeah, Yimi Garcia is up. Counts 1-2. Marcell Ozuna, long home run just to the right of the 395 sign in center field. Kolarek, originally a Met draft pick out of University of Maryland. Lefties are usually either at 200 or under 200 against him. And a good take by Wong. So if you've been agonizing as a Cardinal fan watching this road trip, first Oakland and then here in Los Angeles, the inability to hit with runners in scoring position and put runs on the board. Some nice signs here in this inning. An Ozuna home run. Carpenter second hit. And down the left field line is a special added bonus. Wong has struck out twice. Carpenter the runner at first. Outfield shallow and towards left center. Carpenter runs and Wong pounds it foul. It was 3-2, so he was on the move. Dustin May's day, 5 2/3, 5 hits, a run, a walk, and 7 strikeouts.
Speaking of a guy like Kolarek, if and when they implement that rule that lefties have to face at least 3 batters, does he go back to the drawing board and sort of change his style of pitching where the splits are so drastic that, you know, you either out of a job or have a job? I think it's going to be an interesting element to the game going forward.
You're right, and I thought the same thing. I'm surprised that, you know, the union, especially with collective agreeing to such rule, because it's always about protecting jobs, and you're going to lose some of those jobs. Or somebody else might go, listen, now I have an opportunity, they may get there, so you can't carry maybe that lefty specialist anymore.
Yeah, the left-handed reliever faction of the Players Union certainly would be against it. Fastball up and in. There's some good at-bats here for the Cardinals. Wong trots down to first. Here comes Wieters, and Dave Roberts is going to go get Yimi Garcia. So Kolarek came in. Yimi Garcia is ready to rock and roll. As the Cardinals have a 1-0 lead, trying to salvage a game in this 3-game set. Dodgers shut them out in game 1, 8-0. 3-1 Dodgers last night. Kershaw was incredible. They got another great start, did the Dodgers here today, with Dustin May giving up just the 1 run in 5 2/3. All right, reluctantly, we're headed back to the Dodgers spring training facility. I'm not sure what Eric Burns has got in mind here. It's brought to you by YouTube, and it probably will involve avocados. Let's find out.
About to go play some cornhole with Jock Peterson and Kike Hernandez.
Jock Peterson is second of the series. Kike Hernandez.
Oh my gosh, it's always something with that guy.
You guys like to compete at everything you do. True or no?
No.
No speak English.
¿Cómo se dice en español? Cornhole.
El hoyo de maíz.
You guys play some cornhole in your day.
This is going to be my second time ever, so I'm really good at it. YouTube, can I get my own channel?
You want that?
Yep, residuals big time.
Seriously. So to spice things up, we gotta play for something. Rubber chicken, please.
Show me the money.
Give me that. Give me that. Give me that.
Give me another one. Let's do it. Kike. Jock.
Oh.
Take it easy, take it sleazy, take it any way you can get it.
Oh.
We have a tie here, and instead of handing you guys out the participation trophies, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a one-off. Whoever wins gets one of the 2 chickens.
Walk it off. There it is. Oh.
I believe Eric Burns has his own YouTube channel.
I think it would be a successful hit, to be honest with you.
Here's Wieters now, the switch hitter against the right-hander Yimi Garcia. Second reliever in this inning. Of course, Dustin May started the 6th, gave up a 1-out home run to Marcell Ozuna, and after a fly ball out to Paul DeJong, left the ball game. And a strike to Wieters. 139 at bats and 10 home runs for Wieters. Wieters to right. That's well hit. Peterson back, and he is there, and he makes the catch. On the button, the good at-bats continued for the Cardinals after the best at-bat of the day. Remember all the pitches he fouled off to get to the one he liked? Marcell Ozuna back off the IL and out of Dodger Stadium in center field.
In the 1950s, no major leaguer hit more home runs than the Duke. In franchise history, no Dodger has hit more than his 389 home runs.
MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by State Farm in Los Angeles on a sun-kissed day, aren't they all, at Dodger Stadium. If you're new to a game on YouTube, there is some live game commentary. Features both Major League Baseball, Cardinal, Dodger, and a select group of YouTube creators. Maybe Eric Burns. Additional in-depth thoughts provide viewers a unique experience. View live game commentary on your mobile device, computer, or smart TV. And our schedule on the YouTube Game of the Week is really, really good, especially down the stretch with contending teams. Tomorrow night, Phillies and Giants. That's a Nola Bumgarner matchup. Twins and Brewers, that's fun. Rockies, Diamondbacks. We'll see the Braves, the Mets, and the Nationals on September 4th. And a game that was just added, the Rays and the Dodgers on Tuesday, September 17th. The Cardinals are back on as they'll be in Arizona near the end of the season. Jason Marquis, or Keister, as Adam Wainwright called him. Nomar Garciaparra and Alana Rizzo, Rich Waltz with you here in. How come on this? I see the graphic there. Oh, there it is. Second page. You got second page billing, Jason Marquis.
That's all right. That's all right. I don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm just glad to be here.
Next game, you're moving up first page. All right. Inside the start, Jack Flaherty. If you thought Dustin May's numbers were good, Flaherty has been even better. 9 strikeouts, 1 walk, 14 of 18 first pitch strikes. Look at the ball strike ratio. And he's right now at 23 at the top of the Cardinals rotation.
Yeah, I think today he's done a real good job of getting swings and misses. I think they have 15 total swings and misses, the Dodgers, 12 of them on sliders. And that's just telling me that slider in certain counts, he's presenting it as a strike, forcing the hitters to make a commitment to the pitch. And when they make a commitment, it has a great late depth on it. But from here on out, I know he struggled third time through the lineup, and now we're getting to that point in the game. Let's see if he can make the adjustments where he hasn't been able to make all year.
Top of the order. There's power everywhere for the Dodgers, but especially here. Peterson, who's doubled, has 24 homers. Muncy behind him at 27. And then Justin Turner, 1, 2, 3 in the 6th. Bottom of. 9 strikeouts, just a walk. Both hits have been doubles. Edwin Rios and Peterson. And Peterson's was, I don't know if that notch or that dent is still in the wall in center field, but it was at the very top of the center field wall. A line drive that did not leave. It stayed in for a double.
And barely a double.
Yes.
Jock thought he hit it out and wasn't running out of the batter's box.
Peterson goes down and golfs this one to right. Edman, battling the sun, makes the catch.
We've been talking about Flaherty and how effective he has been as of late. When you look at his last 5 starts coming into this, talked about just a 1.15 ERA. And as you mentioned about that third time through the lineup, the Dodgers trying to see if that still holds true in today's game. He already has 9 strikeouts against this Dodger lineup. 9 Ks. That's the 3rd consecutive start he's had 9 Ks.
Yeah, he's done a great job, but these numbers are drastic, from going to 150 to 250 all the way to 308. And the OPS, which is pretty much damage. Like I said, let's see. He's real efficient. He's probably feeling fresh. Hasn't had too many stressful pitches. So, you know, he's still on attack mode, and see if he can get through this lineup once again.
Dodgers have hit 192 home runs. That leads the National League. Milwaukee's hit 184. There was a time where this was not an easy place, especially at night, to leave the yard. But it feels like over the last 3-4 years, and this is not me speaking, these are Major League hitters and pitchers and managers and pitching coaches. It feels like on the West Coast, some of these ballparks that are used to having the marine layer are not getting it, and thus the ball. This is Wong. Great pivot on the drop step and spin to get Muncy. A lot of West Coast, and you know it, Nomar, you're here, feel like the West Coast ballparks, the ball's flying better over the last 3-4 years.
Yeah, it was about 4 years ago. I noticed it here at Dodger Stadium, that thick air that you would get at night just wasn't here on a consistent basis. It just seemed like, oh, hey, and we would notice, I'm like, man, the ball is really carrying, and which for hitters makes it nice. I think you have that and a combination of also the balls have a tendency to be carrying more.
Defensive runs saved, one of the metrics that measures the value of a defender, obviously much deeper and better than fielding percentage. We saw Wong's improvement. DeYoung has had a really good year. That's one of the biggest improvements the Cardinals have made this year defensively. They were not good last year. They are top 5 in just about every advanced defensive metric this year.
Yeah, that was one of their main focuses coming into 2019, along with base running. And you can see right there, Colton gave Max Muncy a little taste of his own medicine, making a nice rangy play to his left. And that's the one thing they've always loved about Colton Wong. Even though through his struggles of hitting, he never really let it affect his defensive play. And that's what they loved about him.
I asked Wong yesterday about this change. Look at the jump in defense and numbers. Fielding percentage, defensive efficiency. They are tied for second in Major League Baseball with Miami, of all people. And I asked Wong how that's happened. Turner in the air. See if Goldschmidt has a play on it. And Goldschmidt goes in. He does not hold it, and let's hope he's okay. And he is. He emerges unscathed. No beer, no popcorn. But a great effort.
It's in the glove, just couldn't hold on to it. And as you mentioned, the most important thing is that he's okay. Matt Beatty was playing first base earlier in the year. He went for one. He came out with mustard and ketchup on his uniform.
Yes.
And didn't come up with the ball. So if you're going to get mustard and ketchup, come up with the ball. So he didn't. Goldschmidt didn't come up with the ball here, but he's got a clean uniform.
Counts 1 and 2 to Turner. Remember, Flaherty, when he's ahead of the count, has been ultra aggressive of late. Turner fouls that one off. So I asked Colton Wong, how have you guys improved? He said, well, number one, both he and DeYoung went to spring training early. They've really emphasized it. The Cardinals are a little more aggressive in shifting. And he said the other two words are Paul Goldschmidt.
Yeah, Paul brings an element to the game that not many people saw out. You know, him being out west, you know, later games, not many people get to see how much of a complete ball player he is.
Turner smacks that one in the gap, cut off by Dexter Fowler. That's the 5th hit in this 3-game series for Justin Turner.
Justin Turner does an excellent job on this swing, getting to the fastball up in the zone. I think the pitch before, he might have been upset with himself because he ended up fouling off a fastball that we see him handle. But then this pitch is not an easy pitch to get to, and he does a good job getting the barrel to it.
Yeah, this is a big situation in the game. Even with Cody struggling here as late, one swing in the back, it changes. So Flaherty just has to do a real good job of executing right here and getting in that dugout with no harm.
1 for his last 17. Those are the struggles for Bellinger. But you saw the numbers 3rd time through for Flaherty. The slugging percentage, the batting average, a dramatic jump when he hits 3rd time through in a lineup.
We talked about Osuna, the power. Bellinger, same. Both those guys, it doesn't matter if they're struggling. You still take it and approach them as their opposing pitcher as if they're not struggling because one swing can change it.
Last hit went a long way on Monday. Number 37, 2 behind Christian Yelich. That first pitch looked like it was just off the plate. Called a strike. And that almost in the same spot. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. It was just outside the strike box. Bellinger pulls it foul. Dodgers don't run much. They steal a base like every week. There's not a lot of speed at the top of the order, but when you're hitting 190 home runs, as they are, you don't really need that. You need guys on base and balls heading out of the park. Bellinger pokes it into left field to hit. Turner not stopping at second. At the corners, 2 outs.
Two excellent things there by the Dodgers. One, Cody Bellinger staying on that ball and just going the other way. Talked about that earlier, about his 2-strike approach this year. Just about putting the ball in play on a ball and see how far off the plate it was, but able to get to the barrel to that. Kind of beat the shift on that side, but also Justin Turner doing a great job going first and third. Yes, there's 2 outs. You're going, well, your scoring position stops at second, but it changes the mentality of a pitcher. Especially, we have seen Flaherty be so nasty with that slider today. You wonder, it stays in the pitcher's back of the mind. If I really have to go extra on that slider and possibly bury it, that tying run is 90 feet away on that wild pitch.
Nobody throwing yet in the Cardinals bullpen, but a lot of movement. Guys milling around and looking like they're ready to start. But it's Flaherty now with 2 outs. His 3rd time through the order, facing Corey Seager with runners at the corners and a 1-run Cardinal lead. Seager a ground ball. Colton Wong is there. Gobbles it up. Gets the out. And Flaherty and the shutout intact. The Marcell Ozuna home run holding up right now. And a 1-0 lead for St. Louis. State Farm brings you a look back at the Cardinals season. It has been a roller coaster so far.
The Redbirds have been hot, and it seems that everybody's hot.
Number 3 on the night. Hello, Mr. Goldschmidt.
The Cardinals somewhat spoiled the home opener for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they got a sweep of Milwaukee.
I think we're going to be a real scary team once we get fired up here.
I did not see that coming.
And the Cubs in a thriller have beaten the St. Louis Cardinals.
Cardinals make a little noise in the night, but it was too big a mountain to climb.
Runs have been at a premium. Pitching struggled a little bit. They take 2 out of 3 from St. Louis. Cardinals end a disappointing road trip in disappointing fashion. Cardinals fight back only to see this happen at the end of it.
I just feel like they have more to give.
That ball is going to get down for a Redbird winner. And Wong with a leaping catch against the shift.
Good night, folks. Goodbye. This thing is crushed, and we're all going home.
Much needed for the Cardinals.
There's still more there to give if you're St. Louis.
A wave and a miss.
And he got him. That is the 3rd shutout of the year for the Athletics.
Whopping, as it were, of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Game over.
Stay hot. Evan Longoria, the Giants take the lead.
You talk about a team effort. This was one tonight. What an inning for St. Louis. Click, click, click. Grand slam. Goldschmidt. And the Cardinals have another series win. It's a 3-home-run night.
That's a home run for Goldschmidt.
What a game, Parker. What a game.
6 in a row.
You could not have written a better script for this series.
Back in Los Angeles. Well, these are the guys. If the Cardinals are going to arrive, you can see Matt Carpenter, Yadier Molina, Harrison Bader, Michael Wacha. These are guys that you'd like to see revert back to their career numbers or close to it. Yadi should arrive in 3 or 4 days. Carpenter has looked really good at the plate today. He's 2 for 2 with a walk. Bader's still down in the minors. He's retooling his swing. He doesn't have to do anything with that great defense he has. And here's Flaherty to lead it off in the 7th. With Dexter Fowler, Tommy Edman, 9-1-2 for the Redbirds. We have just the 1 run, and that's enough so far. Flaherty, and from one of our chat rooms here on YouTube, the first Cardinal pitcher since Luke Weaver to have 3 consecutive games with 9 or more strikeouts. The club record is 4 consecutive. Some guy named Gibson, Bob Gibson. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without express written consent. As well, these games archived on YouTube. So, Nomar,
go down, look, you have the app, right. Look for the archive, you can find it.
You do need to call the commissioner's office to get express written consent. Oh, wait a minute, now I'm being told the commissioner's office has waived that for the YouTube games. There you go. So those are archived and you can watch them. Dexter Fowler takes out Fowler in the leadoff spot. One of the nuances of this Cardinal lineup, Cardinals are hopeful that Matt Carpenter gets back into that leadoff role and is productive, but Fowler has led off. He's got a double in 3 trips. And Carpenter, sliding down to the 6th spot, has responded with a walk and 2 base hits.
Coming into this final game of this series, it was really Fowler who's providing most of the offense for the Cardinals. Coming in, he was 3 for 7. Had another hit in today's game, but the rest of the team just had a 109 average. Wasn't really getting done in those first 2 games of the series. So I can understand why they're like, let's move Dexter Fowler at the top of the lineup. Get him on base for the middle part of the lineup.
Fowler's on base percentage just a tick over 340, whereas Carpenter's is 317 right now. That's way off his career numbers. And so finding a guy in the leadoff spot for the Cardinals is kind of a problem right now, because look, you've got Thunder behind it, obviously with Goldschmidt, Ozuna, DeYoung. Mike Shildt, one of the things he's instituted this year is something called ball talk, which it sounds simple, but talking to a couple of Cardinal players, they really like it and feel it's made a difference with their defense. And that is every night for about 10 minutes before batting practice, home or road, it's a team meeting. It's everybody in there. Any topic is open. They go over usually the game from last night's, reinforce the game plan if there's issues on the team. Or even if he said that if players have questions about strategy, players will ask Shildt, why did we change pitchers in the 7th last night? Why didn't we bunt in the 8th? And so everybody has found that to be really refreshing. In the old days, guys would sit around after a game in the clubhouse and talk it over. That hasn't really continued in the game, but this is a way to kind of rekindle that.
Well, that's sort of, I was going to piggyback and say that's sort of what guys did after games. And coaches did separately in the office. So it seems like he's integrated both at the same time, try to bring back that old school mentality of just let's go over and let's not worry about everything being so analytical and biomechanical. Let's just talk about the game and execution and, you know, how the game's supposed to be played. Find out the mistakes. Let's not make them anymore.
Wow, that's scary.
Sounded like speaking of execution, that one wasn't executed quite well as the ball just goes over his head, and Garcia, just ball slipping out of his hand there.
Tommy Edman has doubled in 3 trips. Certainly not throwing at him with Goldschmidt on deck.
You touched on it, Jason, though, just that talk in baseball. And I know Yeah, I remember there were times we would stay after the game too, and you would just kind of hang out in the locker room and talk, especially on the road. But a lot of other times where it happens when you talk baseball is when you're eating together. Those team dinners.
Dinners, plane flights.
Yep.
I like the meetings before the games because it's closer to game time, and you know, from the time you talk after a game the night before, guys have bought into it.
I think it's a good way of getting guys on the same page. It feels like they have an open, trustful relationship with all the guys and allow guys to be themselves and talk about what they feel when on in the game.
Edman got into that one, and it dies on a warning track in the glove of Cody Bellinger. Good swing there. Yimi Garcia works an uneventful seventh inning stretch. Our State Farm game summary. Gentlemen, this is pitcher heavy. Dustin May, second major league start.
He looked great today, climbing the zone, which we didn't see in his first outing, where it's normally down at the bottom of the zone, but he was really effective. Just one mistake and gave up that home run to Ozuna, and Flaherty has looked incredible so far in this outing.
Yeah, his counterpart has been everything he's lived up to his last 5 starts, giving his home fans of his high school days everything that they saw when he was a young 17-year-old.
This was almost a home run. That was Jock Peterson off the top of the wall. Dodgers hoping to take a 1-0 lead. Instead, Flaherty with a big strikeout. And on to the 5th. Dodgers almost go deep again. Edwin Rios bounces away from Ozuna. Rios hesitated out of the box. Wasn't going hard. Settled for a double. And a pair of strikeouts, and Flaherty was out of it. This was a great battle. Ozuna against May after fouling off numerous pitches. Bounces that one out. Had a solo home run for Ozuna, and May exits, and Flaherty remains. This, though, in the 6th, Justin Turner, Cody Bellinger, first and third. And that brought up Corey Seager, and he bounces out to Colton Wong, and that's how we've arrived at 1-0 in the bottom of the 7th. As your game summary brought to you by State Farm. Remember this about Flaherty, too. 6 innings, 4 hits, 9 strikeouts. In this great run, and this is like the 6th start of this great run, he's flirted with a no-hitter twice. Pitched into the 7th with a no-hitter in San Francisco, pitched into the 6th with a no-hitter against the Cubs.
Yeah, I mean, he brings that type of stuff every time he steps on the mound. It makes for an exciting game. And when you know that, the defense is on their toes a little bit more and ready to play. You know, he's attacking early, not only getting swings and misses, but weak contact. So the defense is always ready to go.
Here's Beatty now. 26-year-old out of Tennessee, Belmont University. And ever since he was called up for the 2nd time this year, he's been hot. Flaherty making his 4th career start against the Dodgers, and they've all been good. Joe Kelly in the Dodger bullpen. Up the middle, shift is on it. And DeYoung's throw, thank you, Paul Goldschmidt. And that's what Colton Wong meant when he said part of this improvement defensively is that man.
Yeah, oftentimes when you see a team that is leading the league or tops in the league from a defensive standpoint, oftentimes those teams have a really good first baseman. And Paul Goldschmidt is as good as they come defensively. He makes everyone in the infield better. And usually you should get a lot of free dinners because he's saving the infield so much too.
There's Rios, who narrowly missed a home run with his double to left. just called up yesterday. This is game number 10 of his major league career. And his on-base percentage is darn near .500 in these 10 games. Florida International University, that is right in Miami, FIU. Cardinal bullpen starting to warm. Giovanni Gallegos is up in the pen. He is maybe the best reliever most people have not heard of. He is really, really good. I know Cardinal fans have heard of him, but a lot of nationally, his name's still not thrown around when you talk about dominant bullpen arms, and he's been that for the Cardinals this year.
He's been pretty impressive. 51 innings, 73 strikeouts. Makes the hitters get on base with a .75 whip, so he comes at you, attacks you pretty hard.
Rio swings and misses. Strikeout number 10 for LA native Jack Flaherty.
There may be somebody in the bullpen, but Flaherty's not done.
No,
it looks like he was like, oh, he looked over my shoulder like, why are you going to get him up? Watch this slider that's just going to fall right off the table and get a swing and miss.
There's that good depth. Been pounding the bottom of the strike zone, so these hitters got to commit to that pitch.
He struck out 10 Brewers back in late April, and so this equals a season high. His career high is 13. Russell Martin. And that's just below the knees. Doug Eddings has had a good day today. Chris Conroy, Chad Whitson, Bill Miller, the umpiring quartet. Day game after a night game, always a challenge for players. This is a noon start Los Angeles time, and for umpires as well. Martin to center field, didn't get much on that. Fowler tracking, diving, catching. Terrific play by Dexter Fowler. Wow. The call on the field is catch. Certainly the Dodgers will take a look at it. And he held it through the roll, stuck the landing. What a way to finish the 7th inning.
It's a great play by Dexter Fowler, as you mentioned, not only staying on it, but usually when you dive and the way his body, his momentum was taking him. The fact that in the presence of mind to keep that glove up to make sure he doesn't knock that ball out of his glove and to stay with it.
All right, Dodgers, the comeback kings. They've been walking off and coming back all year here at Chavez Ravine. So don't count them out.
As long as I've still got breath, as long as my heart beats and blood runs red, I won't be the one that gets left. Going to knock me down, but don't count me out. Bellinger hammers the ball. It's Bellinger's turn. High fly ball to right field. Forget about this one. How far will it go?
Swung on and missed strike 3. Hyun-Jin Ryu, a complete game shutout.
Struck him out. 16 Ks from Buehler.
More great Dodger content, exclusive player interviews, behind-the-scenes footage. Subscribe to the Dodgers YouTube channel at youtube.com/Dodgers. What a catch by Dexter Fowler in center field. What a day so far for LA native Jack Flaherty. And some really nice things, if you're a Cardinal fan, that have popped up in this ball game. From Matt Carpenter getting on base all 3 times with 2 hits and a walk, to Marcell Ozuna blasting one out to center. But as that video describes, the Dodgers here are the comeback kings. They have 9 walk-off wins and only 15 home losses. They're 45-15 at home as Joe Kelly takes the mound. That's an awful lot of Randy Newman, which of course is the anthem here at Dodger Stadium. 48,000 usually singing along. I love LA is when the Dodgers win a ball game.
The one thing about these Dodgers, they truly believe they are never out of any game, even if it seems like it's a blowout toward the end of the game. And they will play to the very last out. They believe they have a chance, and it has shown. And you mentioned those 9 walk-off wins here at Dodger Stadium.
You know, that's a type of mentality you want out of a playoff team, and it's such a big lead. Like we talked about earlier, you could fall into that type of attitude, like, all right, there's no sense of urgency right now. And the fact that they could do that with such a big lead and keep on separating themselves, and just shows a testament to what things can happen for this team.
Long ago, Joe Kelly was a young starter for the Cardinals. Alana Rizzo.
Well, guys, they certainly have. I'm speaking of the Dodgers. They certainly have it on their mind that they're still playing for something. While they think that they're going to win the National League West for the 7th straight season, they're still playing for home field advantage throughout the postseason. You remember in 2017, they went on a stretch there at the end of the season where they lost 11 or 12 games in a row, and it made it a lot more close than they would have liked. So, of course, in a 5-game series, they'd like to have home field advantage. But more importantly, if they do go to the CS or the World Series in those 7-game series, you certainly would like to have Games 6 and 7 here in LA.
Hey, Lana, a question for you, a Cardinal question for you. The guy at the plate you have seen play an awful lot in Arizona. And I know, look, he's an all-star and all of that, but I still think somewhat underappreciated when you talk about the stars. He's made a great impact in St. Louis. Your thoughts on Goldschmidt?
Goldschmidt is one of those guys, Rich, that people love having as a teammate. Certainly in his tenure with the Arizona Diamondbacks, in which he spent the majority of his career in the NL West, he is regarded as one of the best teammates that anybody could have. Even though he's a superstar, much like Mike Trout is, he's a very quiet, reserved guy and leads by example. He does not like the spotlight on him. And the thing that we've always heard every time we've played against the Arizona Diamondbacks or here with the St. Louis Cardinals is he's the one guy in the lineup that you don't want to let beat you. He just has a tremendous reputation, and I still think that Paul Goldschmidt hasn't even heated up this season. He's very well regarded and obviously will always give you a professional quality AB.
Thank you, Alana. 98 miles an hour on the corner. Joe Kelly, a Cardinal in 2012 and 2013, and a Red Sox, and now a Dodger. Ozuna's blast was to center field. He's got 21 home runs, and this is only game number 83 for him. And Kelly's throwing hard, 99.
Yeah, ball's jumping out of his hand. I know he struggled early on in the year, but here as of late, the last 30 days, Joe Kelly's sitting around a 3 ERA with a 1 whip. He's got high strikeout totals in his last 9 to 10 innings. And as you can tell, it looks like he's found his fastball, the late life on it, and he's attacking hitters again.
See what he brings 0-2. Ozuna lays off. Again, as someone who's watched Marcell Ozuna play a lot of games, when he starts to heat up, he'll drive balls to center field and right center. That's the first thing that clicks for him. So I think for Cardinal fans to see that ball, which was just to the right of center field, leave the yard, that's a great sign.
It's definitely a great sign. Seems like that's a key trait for a lot of great hitters. Working up the middle, right center field. Allows them to just stay on the ball a little bit longer, let the barrel stay in the zone a hair longer instead of getting in and out of the zone.
With a foul ball.
Yeah, really. I mean, hitting's timing, obviously, right? You pitchers are always trying to affect that timing. That's what the off speed's for. Changing, the curveball, the changeup, and how the changeup is so effective. So if the bat's in the hitting zone a lot longer, it gives you an opportunity for your timing to be off as a hitter. So if you're pulling off of it, it's in that zone, it's in and out. Well, you're not giving yourself a chance to maybe your timing has to be perfect and has to be better in order to make contact.
He's gone fastball, and then 2 breaking balls to Ozuna. And a 3rd breaking ball gets him.
Looked like he took something off that breaking ball a little more curveball spin to it as opposed to the slider. Got Ozuna out on his front foot.
It's a good
there.
job, because when you have 99 as a hitter, you're thinking, okay, he's going to go to that fastball, the pitch, after he just showed me a couple of breaking balls. He's not going to come back with another one. He likes his bread and butter there with 99, and he throws another one that looked like the fastball and gets you swinging.
Yeah, you got to cheat a little bit.
Kelly looks sharp. And that one just off the inside part, but called a strike for Paul DeJong. And DeJong's star continues to rise. An all-star this season. Has hit a lot of home runs early in his career.
I mean, when healthy and good, this lineup is as deep as any in the game, with DeJong, Ozuna, Goldschmidt going, getting Yachty, hopefully Carpenter to get back on his feet. You got some depth to this lineup.
Another breaking ball, another strikeout. Joe Kelly strikes out the side. And to the bottom of the 8th we go. In Los Angeles, the Cardinals on top of the Dodgers, 1-0. Cardinals manager Mike Shildt needed an outfit for an event, so he sent Harrison Bader and Jack Flaherty shopping for a fresh look. What could go wrong?
Hey, it's Harrison Bader.
I'm Jack Flaherty.
And we're here to shop for Shildt.
Let's get it.
So the first stop on Shop for Shildt, we're at J. McLaughlin, again on Worth Avenue, so let's see what they have. And we want our manager to look good. Because again, we're going for like the kind of buttoned up look. Going for a tight look, so this is kind of...
So you want to roll with the button, you want to roll with the button down.
I mean, it's up to you to tell me, what do you think? You go white?
No. It's harder than I thought. I have an idea. Ooh.
We actually might find something in there.
Ooh. Ooh. You can have something and it could look good, but it has to fit right. That's the thing. Hey, I could work with these. A little bit of texture to the pants.
I like those too, actually.
Just a little bit of texture. I don't like plain.
Flares, these would work color-wise. So all we need is a shirt. I think we're doing pretty good. I think those shoes are money, actually.
Christmas morning. Oh, yeah. That is sharp. Do I have the game to pull this off? That'll be the question. That's pretty sharp. Seriously? I can't wait.
For more behind-the-scenes Cardinal video, the Cardinals have their own YouTube channel as well. You can subscribe to their channel now, and you won't miss a story. Maybe you'll go shopping with Shildt again. That's a great place to shop, Palm Beach. Jupiter, Florida is the spring training home of the St. Louis Cardinals. All right, a couple of names to talk about. We told you about Gallegos and the season that he's had. He enters the ball game. He'll take the ball from Jack Flaherty, who was splendid in 7 innings. Flaherty has shut out the Dodgers. And the Dodgers in the 9th spot are going to pull the trigger on a pinch hitter. And it's veteran A.J. Pollock. And Gallegos drops one in for a strike.
So this is a good sign for the Dodgers, and what I mean is A.J. Pollock pinch hitting in this situation. He hasn't played since Sunday. He's been nursing kind of a groin injury. So him coming in this situation to pinch hit tells me that he is getting better and that they feel confident, because if it wasn't getting any better, they might hold off here and say, okay, if it's going to be an IL stint, that they can retroactive it back to Sunday. So,
yeah, with such a big lead, you could take your time to get these guys back to full health. And obviously with a day off tomorrow, it gives them an extra day rest to, you know, maybe not throw him out there for 9 innings, but getting him at bat, maybe he could, one swing of the bat tied his game up.
Obregon, Mexico is the hometown of Giovanni Gallegos. Oof, look at the depth on that breaking ball on the corner. Pollock didn't like the call.
As a hitter, you're thinking not only is that away, but when you follow that in, watch the way Wieters ended up catching this ball. You look to see where he catches it. Look how far he goes down there with the glove. That's what frustrates you too. And Wieters, listen, he's one of the best out there at catching the ball, getting strikes and framing it. That one though, he just went down. You saw him bring it up. So you see that at the corner of your eye as a hitter, and that frustrates you. You're like, if he has to move that much, that's a ball. How do you call that?
Gallegos came over in the Luke Voit trade, along with international bonus slot money, which is always popular. And that was from the Yankees. Kind of was in and out of the Yankee bullpen in 2017 and 18. Arrived with the Cardinals last year, got into just 2 games. But in 44 games, he's been outstanding.
You talk about a trade that has worked out for both sides. Luke Voit in New York doing his thing at first base, and Giovanni coming over here leading the league in OPS against and WHIP. But a name that you really haven't heard much from is under the radar.
Jock Peterson not happy with that call. Notable position players last season that were traded. Of course, Mercado having a breakout year with the Indians, as is Voit with the Yankees. And Tommy Pham, for those always surprising Tampa Bay Rays. Maybe we shouldn't be surprised every year when the Rays are in the playoff hunt.
Yeah, not anymore. They're getting really innovative on how they're winning ball games.
Couple of arms in the Cardinal pen. You got Carlos Martinez, the righty, and secret weapon Andrew Miller, the lefty. Peterson has doubled. And he knocks that one through the shift into right field. And that's the thing about the Dodgers too, is they're down 1-0, but this has been a season filled with home runs late in games to tie it, to win it.
They just grind out bats. They do such a good job grinding and passing the baton. They believe in each other and that the next guy can get the job done.
Alana, you've got more?
Well, you guys were just talking about how innovative Tampa Bay has had to be. Jason was saying that they've been a little bit creative on how they've gone about winning games. And Adam Kolarek, the recent lefty specialist that the Dodgers picked up from the Rays, I had a conversation with him the other day about his philosophy about the opener, where back in the day we just basically called it a bullpen game. And he said, you know what, that's exactly what we had to do in that type of situation, because they don't have the type of depth that the Dodgers have here as far as arms are concerned, both starters and relievers. He said, however, some of the guys were okay with coming into the 3rd inning and taking over the 3rd through 6th or 3rd through 7th inning. You just get a couple of flamethrowers in the beginning, but really for Tampa Bay, it's worked for them, but it's really been more out of necessity than out of tradition.
Yeah, you're right. They are as innovative and progressive as any organization in Major League Baseball, and with not the same type of revenue as most clubs. There's a strike. Gallegos with the count even at 1-1. Max Muncy has walked, struck out, and bounced out.
Yeah, if there's a guy you want up in this situation, it's Max. I think he leads the league with 15 game-winning RBIs, and this is that perfect situation for him to do some damage. And I think that goes back to him hunting strikes, allowing himself to get into hitters count, and not being too overly aggressive in these situations.
And that wasn't over-aggression. That was just a really good pitch by Gallegos, because that started off in the strike zone, and it looked like a strike. It looked like a pitch you could do damage, and his bottom just fell out of it.
Sometimes you got to tip your hat to the pitcher.
Yes.
Almost a changeup look to it.
Saw Casey Sadler and Kenley Jansen side by side in the Dodger bullpen. Muncy waits. Peterson at first. And that dribble's foul.
Did a really good job on spoiling the pitch and keeping the bat going.
Peterson has just one stolen base all year, and he has a small lead at first. Muncy chases. And Gallegos gets his second strikeout of the inning.
You know, we were talking about the bottom just fell out of it. You know, the two pitches before, the one that we were looking at where we were talking about him being aggressive. And you're talking about that change of spin, but it also looked like it had a little bit of a slider spin to it. So as a hitter, you're expecting it to break like a slider, but it doesn't. It just goes straight down as compared to that tilt.
Now Turner. Turner 1 for 3, lined out, singled, and struck out. Giovanni Gallegos here in the 8th after 7 great innings by LA native Jack Flaherty. Flaherty struck out 10, walked 1, and gave up just 4 hits. Turner pops it foul. Goldschmidt finds the wall. This time he stays in play. Goldschmidt, I mean. he went flying into the seats after a ball earlier in the game. 1-1. Turner has transformed himself into a star in this game. From a guy that was not necessarily a journeyman, but kind of a role player, utility infielder, to an all-star and the Dodgers' number 3 hitter.
To a guy who came to the Dodgers on a minor league contract just hoping that he could try to win a spot at spring training. That's where he was. Coming over from the Mets. At the time, the Dodgers were wondering who was going to be their second baseman. And he came into spring training hoping that he'd get a shot and a chance to possibly win that position. And then came and made the team and wasn't necessarily there. Wasn't an everyday starter. Was just going, okay, a guy who can show some versatility and off the bench, pinch hit. And then it just took off from there.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Alana?
Guys, when A.J. Ellis, the Dodgers' former catcher, was traded, he said that he was passing the baton as far as the captain, if you will, to Justin Turner, being the one leader that he really felt could take over his role. That was certainly A.J.'s role when he was here, particularly as Clayton Kershaw's personal catcher. Dave Roberts has also described Justin Turner as the glue that keeps this team together. And even if it's not necessarily with the results, this is a guy that will constantly, much like Goldschmidt, give you a professional at bat. He wears the opposition down, working the counts, and you can always count on a quality AB from JT.
Thank you, Alana. Turner right now with a 2-2 count. Gallegos. Fastball in the air. Sunny day in LA. And DeYoung makes the catch. Gallegos doing what he does. 8 shutout innings. 7 from Jack Flaherty. 1 from Giovanni Gallegos. And the Cardinals a 1-0 lead head to the 9th in Los Angeles. This date in baseball history. Now, Boggs 3,000, Ichiro 3,000, Maddox 300. What else happened on this date in baseball history? It's brought to you by State Farm.
Tonight, the Giants and the Washington Nationals, although the matchup merely the subplot to the main event, which is Barry Bonds and Henry Aaron. Will tonight be the night that Bonds moves ahead and into the #1 spot on the list?
Well, there's a buzz in this ballpark, and there has been since about 5 o'clock, and this is what they're waiting for.
Bonds hammers it, triples alley, and it's going to sail into the alley. Bonds is going to round first and head to second with a 2-bagger.
He's dialed.
2 down, the bases will be empty, and now Barry Bonds comes to the plate.
Bonds lines it into center field, and he's 2 for 2.
He's locked, okay? It didn't take much longer.
Everybody these days wants to be here when the moment happens.
Everybody standing here at 24 Willie Mays Plaza.
And Bassett deals. And Bonds foot high. It's a deep. And it is out of here. 756. Bonds stands alone. He is out top of the all-time home run list. What a special moment for Barry Bonds. And what a special moment for these fans here in San Francisco.
You guys have been strong, and you've given me all the support in the world, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. Thank you.
On to San Francisco tomorrow night. Hope you'll join us. 9:45 first pitch Eastern time. Aaron Nola, Madison Bumgarner, Phillies and Giants. Both those teams dueling in the wild card. The Giants have scuffled of late. They're 3.5 back. Of course, the Phillies right now have one of those wild card spots. Great schedule there. Rays at Dodgers. Cardinals at Diamondbacks. We'll finish our season in late September here in Los Angeles for this one. A Marcell Ozuna home run, the only run of the ball game. 9th inning has arrived. And the first pitch from Casey Sadler sails outside to Matt Carpenter. Sadler's numbers very good. A 1.47 ERA. Came over from the Rays. Great signs from Carpenter. A walk and 2 base hits. One of those hits, a line shot down the third base line. The shift is on, heavy to the right side. Wide open up the middle is the infield. But as we told you earlier, when you are getting pitches like that in towards your knees and off the plate, it's awful hard to inside out one and send it to the left side. 3-0, and it hit him. That's a painful 3-0 pitch. Carpenter has that shin guard on the right foot, but that was of no help.
The ball always finds a way to miss the padding. Never fails.
Looks like he's coming out of this game.
Seems like it almost could be a little bit more precautionary with him coming off the DL with a foot injury.
Lane Thomas is going to pinch run.
It's almost like he didn't even think it was going to be close to him with the 3-0 count.
No.
You figure you might move that foot out of the way.
Right, he just stayed there. He's like, all right.
Well, he had
a ball,
a right foot contusion, which had him on the disabled list. Wong trying to move a runner up. Thomas at first base now.
And for Cardinal fans, you don't want to see that. Him coming back, slowly getting his groove on.
And especially the day he had. He was already, this is the 4th time he's on base, right?
Yeah. That's what they're looking for him right now. Get on base, get back to the top of that order, and set the table for the guys.
Colt Wong sets it down. Sadler pounces, fires to first. All right, we saw the left foot get hit there And this is the injury for the right foot. That put him on the disabled list.
Like taking a hammer and just going, let me just take that to your shin or the top of your foot. And then that one, the same. I mean, that one just looks like it gets that big toe in the left foot.
So he was all padded up for that right foot, and he got it on the left foot. And let's hope he's okay. Thomas now at second base. Wieters is up. Pitcher spot due up next. And you got Jose Martinez in the on-deck circle. The Cardinals trying to add a run to what is a 1-0 lead, which in this ballpark and against these Dodgers, not comfortable at all. Wieters fouls it back. With Thomas in the game, the Cardinals could move him to the outfield and move Edman in to the infield at third base. Carpenter now out of the game. Wieters has had some big moments in place of Molina, and he knocks it into right field. That's a base hit. Round third. Thomas held there. Good throw. Good arm in right in Peterson.
Yeah, somehow was able to sneak that ball over the shift. Little lob shot over Muncy's head at second base. Peterson with that good arm had to hold him up at third base.
Joc Pederson does an excellent job out there in right field, getting to this ball and making a great throw, and also the great throw through the cutoff man too, to make sure that Wieters stays at first and keeps the double play in order. I mean, if they had decided to send him from home, he would have been thrown out pretty easily.
So we told you Martinez was ready as a pinch hitter, and here he is. And the fastball misses away. Had 5 home runs in the month of July, including a game winner at Pittsburgh. This is a guy who's kind of blossomed in the later stages of his career. He's 31. His father played in the big leagues, Carlos. Pitches in. He's out of Venezuela. He spent parts of 11 seasons in the minor leagues, 4,700 non-major league at bats, which included a stop in independent ball.
Yeah, sort of a similar storyline to some of the Dodgers who turned their careers around after getting other opportunities in other places. You know, but a long, lean, strong body. You know, come from good pedigree. Father, like you said, played in the big leagues a little bit.
Most notably with Cleveland. At the corners, runner going, and it's fouled at the plate. So the Cardinals put the game in motion with Wieters moving from first.
I believe I heard a story that his father, remember when the home run hit off Jose Canseco's head and went over, bounced? I think that was his father who hit that baseball.
You are correct. You must watch.
It's very thoughtful of Jose Canseco. You
must watch Intentional Talk. I mean, he was in an interview a week ago and talked about that.
Oh, was he?
Yes. 2-2. It's down. Count is full. All right, Nomar. they started Wieters in this at bat. Would you start him 3-2 with one out?
Yeah, if you were doing that before, you might as well. I mean, this one you got to trust, and this is when you really know you're a hitter. If you're thinking Martinez is a big strikeout swing and miss guy, then maybe not you're holding him up. But you have a feeling that he's going to put the ball in play, you put him in motion to stay out of that double play.
It's also known the pitcher. He pitches to contact, low strikeout total in his 30 innings.
He's running.
So I think that's a combination of both ways. A low strikeout guy who pitches more to contact. I think it's a smart play.
Jose Martinez, Casey Sadler, Mike Shildt lineup card in hand, trying to create runs. Cardinals with just one, but so far that's been enough. That was a Marcell Ozuna home run to center. Running is Wieters. Ground ball left side. Turner got the out there. Turns it for the double play. Muncy with the turn. That's heads up. Turner knew it was Wieters running. Took the shot, and Muncy with a clean turn under pressure.
Yeah, big pitch by Sadler there, getting the ground ball on the sinker, knowing the runners, able to turn two and possibly set the stage for another Dodger comeback.
That was a great job by Turner. The footwork over there at third base was excellent. Not only get that hop the way he got it, but he put his body in position for the hop and the quick exchange.
We told you that the Dodgers are the comeback kings this year. They've had some great comebacks here at Chavez Ravine. This one may be the best.
The Padres have a 4-run lead to work with as we head to the bottom half of the 9th inning. And Jeff Kent leads it off.
And a drive to center. Going back is Cameron to the track at the wall. And gone. So Jeff Kent comes up with a home run, leading off the 9th. Now J.D. Drew coming up with Russell Martin on deck. And another drive to deep right center, and that is gone. Whoa, was that hit? So now it is 9-7. And the last time Trevor Hoffman had a blown save against the Dodgers was in April 5 years ago. A drive into left center by Martin. That ball is carrying into the seats. 3 straight home runs.
I suspect there may be some folks in the parking lot who are doing a quick U-turn.
And another drive into high right center at the wall, running and watching it go out. Believe it or not. 4 consecutive home runs, and the Dodgers have tied it up again.
Bottom half of the 10th. Padres 10. Dodgers 9. Fly ball, left field, way back there. He has done it. He has done it. No more with a walk-off home run. The Dodgers win it 11-10. This may be the most amazing baseball game I have ever seen.
Well, that must have been fun. I know it's a while ago, but I'm sure anytime you see that highlight, you think back to that night no more.
Well, I keep telling them to roll it over and over again. That's why I still have a job, so I'm grateful for that. Just thankful. But no, actually, it was a special day. It really was. It's one of the greatest games I've ever been a part of. And this team right here has a lot of great moments as well and great comebacks.
Have you aged since then?
I have, yes. I'll tell you how my body feels.
Breaking ball for a strike. Into the bottom of the 9th now. Andrew Miller out of the bullpen. You saw all the changes. Tommy Edman does come in from right field. He's at third. Lane Thomas in center. It moves Fowler to right. And here is Andrew Miller. High leverage guy, high leverage spot. With a sweeping breaking ball. And Bellinger swings and misses.
Yeah, he's been in these big situations over the last 6-7 years, helping the Indians, the Yankees make postseason runs, and it's one of the reasons the Cardinals got him.
Bellinger, Seager, Beatty for the Dodgers. And this has worked out perfectly for Mike Shildt. You get 7 shutout innings from Jack Flaherty. Gallegos struck out 2 in a scoreless 8th. And now Miller is employed, or deployed is probably a better word, in the 9th. Fastball sails away. Miller. Good his last 17. Bellinger up the middle. The shift is right there, and DeYoung fires the first in time to get the out. Cardinals much more aggressive this year in shifting. It's helped all of their defensive metrics.
This was huge because this was just unlucky for Cody Bellinger because you're facing a guy like Miller and you're going, I got to stay on the ball. He does, and he smokes it right back up the middle. And Miller's probably going, great, this is right through me, base hit. Guy right there fields it easily.
Yeah, Miller thought about sticking his glove out. It could have been a big turn of events, but realizing that he had the shift on.
Oh, Miller hits Seager. That's the last thing he wanted to do. Fans don't like it, but there's no way he's throwing at him in a 1-0 game with one out here in the 9th inning. Not that it makes it feel any better.
Yeah, no question. I mean, we were talking about this team. They know this team. They understand the comebacks that the Dodgers have. There's no way you're putting the tying run on base.
I have to agree.
Or bringing the winning run to the plate, which in this season of walk-offs for the Dodgers is a red flag. So Miller gets Bellinger, hits Seager, and exits with Carlos Martinez in the bullpen. There's a look at a fastball right down I-5. So here comes Carlos Martinez. Download the MLB Ballpark app to complete your next visit to your favorite team's home ballpark. You can buy and manage tickets, redeem special check-in offers, access exclusive content, and much more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today. This is certainly a great ballpark for that. Dodger Dogs, all the history. And I'm sure in St. Louis in Ballpark Village, there's a party going on watching the Cardinals and the Dodgers. Jason, I know you were back for the big reunion from the 06 team. Did you check out? You've been to Ballpark Village, that big party in left field?
I have. I was with the Cincinnati Reds in 2015, but since then it's even built up even more. And last weekend I was fortunate enough to go back to St. Louis for our 15-year reunion. Brought 2 of my kids with me, showed them around the old stomping grounds, and it was a blast to see all the old guys and talk to some of the new wave players.
You're saying, Dad, this is where it was all, huh? This is where the excitement happened, huh?
Yeah, my little one was really in awe. My girl, she really didn't get to live the life. My son eats it up. You know, he's a baseball player himself, but it's always nice to be back in those settings.
It's been a fun ball game. I mean, look, and we're past the 2 young starters, but Jack Flaherty and Dustin May were just fabulous. Flaherty especially, to come in here and I know it's not a must-win, but a really important game for the Cardinals to pitch that way against this team.
No question about it. He was lights out, and especially when you're going arguably one of the best offenses is all of baseball, the Dodgers, and they just already have won the series. They're going for the sweep. You're trying to avoid that. You come in back home to Southern California, and he pitched a gem.
He did a lot of positives to take out of it. He's been carrying the staff here the last 7 starts. They head back home. The schedule eases up a little bit, so hopefully they could take some momentum into it.
Pinch hitter Will Smith, his first ever home run as a Dodger. Of course, it was a walk-off.
He would love to relive that moment right here. I know that.
He's actually lived that more than once. He's been pretty incredible since he put on that Dodger uniform.
Speaking of Dave Roberts earlier, he was saying Will Smith has the attitude, the composure to be a leader and sort of take the reins from Justin Turner when his time ends. They say he's very vocal, does it in the right way, and they can see him being here for a long time.
As you can hear the fans, how upset they were at that call strike, and rightly so, as we had another look. That ball looked a little up.
Slow roller up the line and foul. the majority of his home runs seem to be hit in the 9th inning.
They have. They've come in critical moments for this Dodger team. Mr. Clutch, I mean, like I mentioned, that wasn't just the only walk-off he's had. I mean, his first couple of home runs were walk-off home runs in this Dodger uniform. And then when he gets sent back down, it's like he does everything right, incredible, gets sent back down because Austin Barnes got healthy. And then when he gets called up, what does he do? He hits a home run again. So he continued that torrid pace when he was up here hitting home runs, went down to AAA. You look at his numbers, did not sulk, understood the situation, but continued to keep everybody keeping himself on everybody's mind down there in AAA, and then earned the call back up here.
Carlos Martinez trying to save it for Jack Flaherty and the Cardinals. Smith fouls it at the plate. Here's that other home run that you mentioned, Nomar.
Yeah, you have the one when he gets called up. He gets a walk-off home run. And then, oh, by the way, here's another one. How about your second home run in the big leagues being a walk-off as well? Not too bad, huh?
No, these moments aren't too big for these young guys, man. They eat it up.
The Dodgers had a stretch there where they had 3 walk-off wins, all by 3 rookies. 3 different rookies providing the walk-off hit.
Into left. Tying run at second. Winning run at first. Carlos Martinez is one of the better ground ball arms out of the National League bullpen. He's second in ground ball percentage. This is not necessarily a ground ball, but a sharp shot through the left side.
You get that fastball up that the fans didn't like and Will Smith didn't like, but then he comes back and he does an excellent job of battling on some tough pitches, and then he gets the ball up and in, does an excellent job getting the barrel to that one and driving it to left field.
Edwin Rios, who has doubled in 3 trips, a left-handed bat and a powerful one, is the hitter for the Dodgers. So if you're Martinez and you roll ground balls at a 65% clip, now's the time.
First baseman number 43, Esquin.
Yeah, it goes back to pitch execution. He left that one up to Will Smith. He was able to get the barrel to it. I think if he makes a quality sinker pitch down and away here, let his defense work for him, they'll pick up another save. He's been a godsend for this team since Jordan Hicks, the flamethrower, went down.
9 of 9 in save situations in July. The problem in August is the Cardinals haven't been able to get to the back of the bullpen with save opportunities. He gets a strike against Rios.
Well, Rios, before getting called up, last 17 games down in AAA, was batting .362 with 10 home runs in those 17 games. Doesn't have a home run yet here at the major league level. The way the rookies have been for the Dodgers.
Wouldn't be surprised at all if it happened right here.
That's a big pitch and a perfect pitch at the knees and on the outside part.
Look at that run and that late sinker on that ball. He was hoping for a swing, a little ground ball, beating it to the ground right there.
And let's not forget, Rios drove a ball earlier in this game off the left field wall that he thought was possibly going to be out for his first home run. You got to stay on the ball with a ball that's moving away from you like that.
Seager at second, Smith at first. Cardinals need a pair of outs. Oh, swing and a miss.
Great change of speeds right there, working off that sinker. Pulled the string in that changeup. Same arm slot. About 5 miles, 6 miles per hour slow. Got him out front.
I mean, that is some serious movement on that changeup.
Well, it's going to be Russell Martin who gets the at-bat here. With 2 outs, the Dodgers down to their last out, and Martinez and Martin. Whoa, and it gets by Readers. And now a base hit could end it.
And all of a sudden, you don't need that big double in a gap or a bomb right here. A little flare, something, bat on the ball works.
Definitely changes his whole at bat. And also, I always said when you just had a wild pitch, that stays in a pitcher's mind as well after you just have it. And you got the tie and run now 90 feet away. So you might, with him being so nasty, with that ball down, you might leave it a little bit up for the hitter.
On their feet at Dodger Stadium. Seager is 90 feet away. Smith, the winning run at second base.
Well, we just saw a young Russell Martin go deep against Hoffman in that big situation. Let's see if the seasoned Martin can get it done in this situation.
Well, he's got 8 career walk-off hits, does Russell Martin. Let's see if Wieters was on the same page. Martinez ready. 2-0. Yeah, it's a strike. Bends it in at 87.
Martin was expecting the one he had seen, the movement on his pitches, diving into him. He was expecting that one to dive. Instead, it was a slider, and that one just kind of spun. It was a hittable pitch.
Pitcher spot on deck. Christopher Negron is on deck for the Dodgers. Martin hitting in the 8th spot. There's Negron, who's been a nice addition. Outfield straight up, and they have shortened with the winning run at second base. Swing and a miss.
Well, 2-0, he throws you an off-speed pitch. And then he comes back at you with that same one, 2-1. Gets you fishing after it.
Martin lined to center his last at bat. He's 0 for 3. A Marcell Ozuna home run, the only run of the game, with 2 outs. Seager at third, Smith at second. And Wieters going to take the visit. (45-15) at home. 9 walk-off wins already this year.
It's an impressive streak. That is well, you never can count these guys out.
th season in the major leagues for Russell Martin. Ground ball up the middle into center field. Seager scores. Smith will score. Dodgers walk it off again. A party here in Los Angeles for Jack Flaherty, the hometown kid, coming back, pitching for the Cardinals. He did everything he could, 7 shutout innings, but he couldn't close the game. And Russell Martin walks it off. And Randy Newman lives once again.
For me, it's not surprising because the theme here at Dodger Stadium has been, you don't leave. You don't leave to the last out. For the fans, the team understands that, and it is a different person each and every time. This Dodger team knows it. They believe it. They believe you grind out the at-bats to the very end. You pass the baton because someone will come through, and tonight it's Russell Martin.
So close. Ten walk-off wins. 7 in the last 21 games here at Dodger Stadium.
Jason, you can't make this stuff up.
You can't. I mean, we talked about earlier in the broadcast, don't count these guys out. And it's not just one guy, like you said. It is from the young Will Smith to the Max Muncies to the Russell Martin.
Let's go down to Alana Rizzo, who's used to this stuff.
We are used to this here at Dodger Stadium, Rich. And what did you tell me before you got that water bath about that ground ball?
Oh, I've never felt so good about a lousy ground ball. That one felt pretty good.
How nice is it you pick up your 9th walk-off win of your career, your 9th walk-off hit, I should say. Effectively, what are you trying to do there with down 2 strikes and 2 outs?
Well, my thoughts were different when it was 1st and 2nd. And then he threw a wild pitch in 3rd and 2nd. Then I realized all it needed was just make contact, and I found a hole. It felt really good. All the young guys have been having fun hitting walk-offs. Let the old guys have some fun too, you know?
And you look like an old guy now with all of the rosin stuff and the powder in your beard. As a catcher, Russell, I can imagine that you appreciate a good pitching duel. That's exactly what you got today with Dustin May and Jack Flaherty. How nice was it to be able to come from behind once again when it looked like Ozuna's home run was going to stand?
Right. I mean, no, both pitchers really, they pitched a heck of a game on both sides. May was just attacking the zone, you know, using that really nasty sinker he has, moving it around the zone, mixing in that little cutter and some curveballs in there. Didn't really get a chance to use his changeup too much. He's got a changeup also, but he was so good with the other pitches today, didn't have to use that. And on the other side, he just, same thing, just attacking early, getting ahead of hitters, and, you know, we really had a hard time squaring him up, but, you know, we waited until the last minute, and it worked out for us.
I would imagine this moment is as exhilarating at the end of a veteran, unbelievable career as it is the first time you do it. What does it feel like to be able to contribute in that manner?
Oh, it feels great. You know, I feel like I haven't really produced that much offensively this year, so when you get the chip in a little bit, it makes it all worthwhile.
All right, appreciate your time. Nice job today.
All right, thank you.
All right, guys, back upstairs.
All right, thank you, Alana. That's a little rosin for Russell.
And here comes Smith, and the Dodgers have won it again in the bottom of the ninth. This time it's Russell.
State Farm postgame show here in Los Angeles. Here on the YouTube Game of the Week, and what a game we had here today. Rich Waltz along with Jason Marquis and Nomar Garcia-Parra were brought to you by State Farm. High above Dodger Stadium, crowds trying to beat the traffic. Loud crowd, they stayed to the end, and they were rewarded with yet another walk-off win. Look, if you're going to finish that way, you got to go back to the young starters. Jack Flaherty deserved to win this ball game for the Cardinals. He struck out 10, 7 innings, grew up, 19 miles from here, pitched in the state championship game here. This is a bitter one for the Cardinals to have to swallow.
Yeah, very, very tough. It's going to be a long flight home. The West Coast swing really wasn't good to them. But you take the positive of Jack Flaherty going out there. He could only do so much. I know he wished he could have relived that high school moment and maybe drove in a run and put an extra run on that board. But, you know, the Dodgers have been doing this all year. They spoiled such a great start. And Dustin May not letting the game get too out of hand and keeping his team in the game for the Dodgers.
Yeah, you got to give Dustin May a lot of credit as well. I mean, Flaherty, like you mentioned, was just outstanding today. But Dustin May, for a second start at the big league level, really only making one mistake. That's to a powerful guy like Ozuna. He capitalized that, gives up that home run, and that's all he gave up. He gave this Dodger team, and this has been one of their also themes throughout the season, is to have the starters give them a chance to win. They know that if they are within reach and within, and I'm not talking about just 1 to 2 runs. It could be more than that. They believe they have a chance to the end, and once again, they pulled it off.
Well, if you missed the game or just joined us, or if you want to see the highlights again, here we go. This was a pitcher's duel. A 23-year-old and a 21-year-old. Flaherty 23 for the Cardinals, May 21 for the Dodgers. This is Dustin May, and he was sharp. And I'm not talking about his hair. I'm talking about that fastball.
Yeah, he did a really good job of that cutter in, keeping the hitters off balance, changing eye levels, and limiting them to 1 run. Just one mistake, left it out over the plate to Marcell Ozuna.
Now here's Flaherty.
Well, Flaherty was just nasty, not only at the fastball, but that slider he had working, because he had the command of the fastball, and then all of a sudden his slider was looking like the fastball, coming out of the same arm slot, and he got a lot of these great Dodger hitters and a great Dodger lineup to swing and miss over that slider.
All right, the Dodgers threatened with this. This was Jock Peterson off the very top of the wall. I mean, very top of the wall. That would go for a double, but Flaherty would pitch around it. Gets Max Muncy with a sharp breaking ball. No problem. Into the 4th. Cardinals here. That's DeYoung to left. This was a good sign for Cardinal fans. Matt Carpenter was 2 for 2 with a walk here. 1st and 3rd, then Dustin May on a backdoor breaking ball gets Colton Wong. He works out of a jam. In the 5th, another near home run. Edwin Rios recalled yesterday into the lineup today. This one hits the wall and left. But remember, this is Jack Flaherty's hometown. Nobody scores on Jack Flaherty today.
Yeah, he did a really good job of pitching with runners in scoring position and make sure no runs came across that board.
Marcell Ozuna, epic at bat against May. That pitch looked off the plate, and he hits it about 415 feet to center.
Well, one of the scouting reports on Ozuna is don't allow him to extend the arms. He did, because he hits it a long way.
Dodgers in the 6th made some noise, but it came with 2 outs. Turner single, Bellinger single, 1st and 3rd. So he's got to get Corey Seager to get to the 6th. Colton Wong takes care of business. And so the Cardinals are holding that 1-0 lead. How about the youngster coming out? Dexter Fowler with 2 outs. In the 7th, that's the defensive play of the day. Roll over minutes, roll over outs. Dodgers go to their bullpen. Joe Kelly was dominant, former Cardinal long ago. Struck out the side and made it look easy.
Yeah, he came out with some overpowering stuff in that inning.
The Dodgers signed him looking for innings like that, and he delivered.
Now, Giovanni Gallegos, answered in the 8th. This is not a good sign. Remember, it was the right foot that had him on the DL. This is the left foot. And Matt Carpenter would come out of the ball game. We'll try to get you a report before we leave you. Wieters to right. Thomas was held at 3rd base. And with the runner going, Wieters going, Jose Martinez bounced into a double play. That's an enormous play in this ball game, because in the 9th, after getting it out, Andrew Miller hits Corey Seager. And here comes Carlos Martinez. Will Smith walks up to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme. Martinez gets a strikeout of Rios. The wild pitch is key. It moves runners 1st to 2nd, to 2nd and 3rd. That means a base hit won't just tie it, but it could beat you. And that's what the Dodgers got just under the glove of DeYoung. Cue the music. 10th walk-off for the Dodgers this year. That's amazing. Line score looks this way. Cardinals, a run on 7 hits. Dodgers, 2 runs on 7 hits. Bullpens decided it. Ozuna had the lone home run. Now, let's talk Cardinals here, guys, because in St. Louis, they're slipping right now. This road trip was not kind to them. They went to Oakland and lost 2 to a really good Oakland Athletic team, swept here by the Dodgers. And you can say all you want about today, the back of the bullpen, or the lack of the rotation. But the reality is this. The Cardinals scored 7 runs in these 5 losses. They've dropped 5 in a row on this road trip. They scored 2 runs here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, they've been struggling to score runs here lately. The last 9 to 10 games, they've only scored 21 runs, and 8 of them came in 1 game. So they got to do a better job up and down the lineup, taking better bats. They're swinging and missing a lot. You don't want to put too much pressure on the pitching staff to have to throw 0 after 0 every inning they get out there.
Yeah, it gets magnified, obviously, here when you get a walk-off like this, right? You're going out there and you're thinking you might have this game, and then you have to hand it over to the bullpen. But this is a relentless Dodger team, so that's understandable. But when you're putting pressure on your own pitching staff because you're not scoring runs, you're expecting them now to put up zeros every single time, and having to be perfect, eventually it comes to get you.
And, of course, for the Dodgers, I mean, that's 8 of 9, 5 straight. This could increase their lead to 19 games, depending on what happens later tonight. I mean, they could have a 19-game lead here, and we're not even to the 8th of August yet.
No, and when you look at the magic, I think the magic number, I think coming in might have been 30. And I know it's funny, we're talking about early August magic number, but it's real, and especially the way these Dodgers play. And the theme for this Dodger ball club, the way they've played, but I said even for fans, it's don't leave early. Don't leave. Stay to the end. They know that because this is what they're experiencing on a regular basis. The fans know that, but this team, most importantly, knows that as well. And they understand that they are never out of it, no matter what the score may be.
All right, silver lining for the Cardinals, and I know that Cardinal Nation is looking for that. This stretch of 11 games, Houston, they were 1-2. The Cubs, they were 2-1. 0-2 against Oakland, was really good. And now 0-3 against the Dodgers. Next 9 games, and no offense to these teams, but they're not at the caliber of those 4. Pittsburgh, Kansas City, and Cincinnati. Cincinnati's probably the best out of that, maybe. Well, Pittsburgh's not,
Yeah, the Cincinnati's been playing good. They're both in division rivals, but against teams that have, I guess, a low caliber of what you've been playing, you got to go home, take care of business, and now not allow yourself to dig too deep of a hole and let the Cubs run away with the division. Even Milwaukee, who could step up and play some good baseball.
Yeah, that's really the key. Yeah, you're supposed to beat the teams. You're supposed to, right? Obviously, and you look on paper. But at the same time, you got to turn the page. One thing nice is that you're like, this is a road trip. You just look at each other and say, that was awful for us, but now we're home. You have to find that confidence once again once you get back home and start playing good baseball. And not necessarily worry about the teams that are coming in, but worry about yourself and say, what do we have to do in order for this next couple of months to get us over that hump to get to that postseason?
And despite going 0-5 on the road trip, right now, a game back in the wild card. Walk-off wins. I told you Oakland's really good. They've been walking it off. But the Dodgers on our State Farm leaderboard, 10 walk-off wins. We'll see the Giants tomorrow night against the Phillies. Let's go down into the Dodger clubhouse. Dave Roberts at the podium.
Yeah, it's just keep putting together at-bats. Obviously, down a run, you've got Miller, but Corey gets hit by a pitch. And just the Will Smith, just comes up in a big spot against a guy he's never seen. Really good stuff, and to take the at-bat, keep the line moving. And obviously with Russell, he's a guy that's been in that spot many times over, and it just seems like every day there's somebody different that you're pouring Gatorade on. But it's really good to see. It's great from our ball club, a testament to their desire, will to play 27 outs. Dustin today, it was really exciting. We talked about before the game what he needed to do as far as sequencing, pitching to different quadrants, strike throwing, and he checked all those boxes. And he and Rick had a great game plan. Russell implemented it, and Dustin executed. So really good to see that, and the pen came in and did a really nice job. So that double play by JT, having the awareness to still feel like he can turn a double play with readers running, moving on the pitch, was a big play. But really good stuff today.
What's the challenge with Flaherty? He's had your number every time you face him.
He's really good. I mean, I think that you see it. Guys gear up to face us, and which is to be expected. But this guy, he's 92, 97, and he's got a slider that really you just can't see it, and it just has really good depth. He presents it as a strike, and then it just kind of the bottom falls out. So mixing in his breaking ball, but he's got a really good arm and a good competitor.
Rios and Peterson both double off the wall. If it's a night game, do either one of those go out?
No, I don't think so. Jock squared it up, but just a lower trajectory. Ozuna really got it, but I still think that would have probably stayed in here. But one mistake that he made.
With Dustin, in terms of sequencing and attacking with the Cardinals, how much is that about elevating?
It's just all quadrants. It's just, I mean, there's elevation, there's keeping the left-hander honest inside, there's pitching to the glove side, and all of those quadrants,
Dave, it's almost like you expect this to happen.
Yeah. And I think that it's something that I think the other dugout feels it as well. And the crowd gets into it, we start feeling it. It seems like everyone in our lineup has been in that spot and it has come through. So once you have that history and that feeling, that's tangible, and we keep showing it's real. It
would have been a surprise to you if you all had not come back.
Oh, absolutely. We expected to win that game, and for Dustin to do what he did, the pen to keep us there within striking distance, gave us a chance. And then it's up to the offense to find a way to manufacture a run and put up a cricket number.
What do you say about?
Well, what a finish! Our State Farm Player of the Game for the Dodgers, Russell Martin. 2-run walk-off single in the ninth. Some Gatorade and some rosin to finish his day, as well as handling the staff and handling the youngster Dustin May quite well, I might add. Last 3 starts, 3 of 10. The funny thing is he's kind of the backup to Will Smith now with the injuries that the Dodgers have had behind the plate, and he ends up knocking Smith home. Seager, of course, scored the first run. Smith scored the second.
Yeah, it's not a bad guy to have come in and give your starter a day off. He's been in big situations his whole career. Grizzly veteran, knows how to handle young guys, handle a staff. Even stole a few strikes with great glove work behind the plate. So he's a good asset to have on your side.
Well, you're watching on YouTube, and one of the things we've learned about the internet is anything you put out on the internet stays there forever. So this is our segment where we ask, how did we do? Outside of the telecast, these are the things we talked about. So how did we do? First one, Jack is back.
I mean, I think he held true to form what his keys to success were. He kept his composure in big situations. He attacked early, got ahead of hitters, changed eye levels, changed speeds. And third time through the lineup, where he struggled early on this season, he did a really good job of that. 6
straight starts, a sub-1 ERA. This guy showed polish and stuff.
Well, you look at his first 17 of the season where he had an ERA over 4, and then over his last 6, he continued that momentum, especially against a tough Dodger lineup.
Now, this is not a Sam Malone reference. This is May Day for Dustin May, because he was very good as well.
Yeah, another young guy controlling hitters. I know Dave Roberts spoke about attacking down in the zone early with his sinker and changing eye levels, getting in on the hitters with those cutters, and he did.
And, of course, the script is don't leave early, right, Omar?
That's it, because this Dodger team finds a way to get back into the ball game, make it exciting, and not only make it exciting, but finishing off the job as well, because they continue to grind out at bats, they pass the baton, and they know the next man up can get the job done, and today was Russell Martin.
Now for Dave Roberts. The objective in August and September, Alana pointed towards that, home field advantage, and keep everybody sharp headed towards the postseason, because they could be up 19. Their magic number's 29. It could be 28 before the night is done tonight. So, I mean, that's a great position to be in, obviously, for the organization and for a manager, because the Dodgers still have 7 or 8 key players on the injured list.
Yeah, and people are going, can they become complacent, especially when you have that big of a lead? Not this Dodger club, not the way they go about their business on a regular basis, on a daily basis, because what they set out was to win the World Series. They know that. They've been there the last couple of years. They know what it takes to get there, but they also know now that every game matters. They kind of take that old cliche, one game at a time, but even down the stretch, they have to say, we got to be healthy, we have to be ready, and we got to continue to prepare.
Upcoming schedule for these teams, the Dodgers and the Cardinals, and our upcoming schedule for the YouTube Game of the Week. And, of course, it includes the Dodgers and the Cardinals. Hey, tomorrow night's a great game, Phillies and Giants. But look at the bottom of the schedule in September. Rays at Dodgers. That could be a really important game for the Rays and for the Dodgers. And the Cardinals at Diamondbacks on Wednesday. Tomorrow night, it's Aaron Nola, Madison Bumgarner. Phillies, Giants, 9:45 Eastern Time. We will be there.
Phillies embark on the 2019 season, and of course the era of Bryce Harper begins in earnest today.
Number 3, right fielder Bryce Harper.
The first one in the Phillies uniform is a bomb. Second deck for Bryce Harper. High drive. Left field. It is out of here.
His first home run with the Giants is a big one.
What a play by Brandon Crawford. Just an unbelievable play to keep this game moving on.
In the air to deep right field. This one is gone. Bryce Harper in his return to Washington has crushed it.
You think Harper in that lineup is not going to give some other guys some opportunities to drive in some runs? You better think twice.
Sandoval drives one to left. It is out of here. Unbelievable. He's done it again, and the Giants take the lead.
McNeil back, track, wall, game over.
3-run walk-off home run for the Phils. Look at this celebration.
And this game is over. And they just keep on doing it.
The Phillies will win it. The Phillies have come back, and they have won the ball game. Bryce Harper has turned into the hero. 9-8 Phillies win.
Bryce Harper, his greatest moment in his young Phillies career.
That's our game tomorrow night. It should be great theater. Now, a couple things about this game. The Phillies have a wild card spot, and the Giants have scuffled of late. But this is exactly what the Giants need. A wild card team coming into San Francisco. If they can recapture the magic that they had there for a while, the Giants can take a bite or two out of that wild card lead.
Yeah, well, coming into 2019, they both had different agendas. It seems like the Phillies are underachieving a little bit. The Giants are overachieving. So, but they both find themselves in the thick of a playoff race. Like you said, they have a chance to knock off somebody in front of them and get closer into the race.
Well, at the trade deadline, wasn't Madison Bumgarner supposed to be gone for the Giants? But if they find themselves right back in it, they understand that. So down the stretch here, there are a lot of teams competing for that playoff spot, which is going to make it fun down the stretch watching these games.
Now, of course, all the highlights we just saw were all hitting highlights, right? You can never get enough Dwayne Kuiper on the call. Tom McCarthy, Scott Fransky there as well. But tomorrow night's about pitching. Tomorrow is Aaron Nola and Madison Bumgarner. That is a great pitching matchup.
Yeah, well, we had one earlier here today with the Dodgers, too, because we have some young ones there when you had May and Flaherty going at it. But once again, that's what you expect. Well, you expected today's game from those two names that you mentioned for tomorrow. So you see if they're going to be able to go out there and do, maybe if they were watching today, they're saying, I just got to be as effective as those two guys on the mound.
Yeah, two guys that are super important to their run to the playoffs. Aaron Nola has been throwing the ball well as of late. Madison Bumgarner is Madison Bumgarner. He steps up in those big situations, and tomorrow shouldn't be any different.
All right, now, Marv, we're going to see you guys and the Dodgers in mid-September on a YouTube game. How many walk-off wins at that point? It's 10 right now. And what is it, 7 in the last 21 home games?
Yeah, and there probably going to be a couple more in there. No question about that. I mean, these guys are really, really just something special when you get a chance to watch them over the course of the season, just the way they go about their business and they play, and excitement like that. I mean, it's young guys to veterans getting the job done.
See, now you can tell your families you just spent 3 hours on the internet and got paid for it. So how about that? This was really fun. Nice job, Nomar. Nice job, Jason. And Alana, wherever you are, terrific job as well. Game of the week, Major League Baseball on YouTube. Tomorrow, Giants-Phillies. We told you about it. Be there. Aaron Nola, Madison Bumgarner. Our pregame show, remember that, from our MLB Network studios, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. For Nomar Garciaparra, Jason Marquis, and Alana Rizzo, I'm Rich Waltz. From Dodger Stadium, the Dodgers come back and walk off again. This has been the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by State Farm.